Thank you. So the next item on the agenda, I need an approval of the agenda. So can I get a mover and a seconder? Trustee Laskin? Trustee McLean? Any amendments or comments? Seeing none? All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? That carries. Thank you. The next item is declarations of possible conflict of interest. Does anybody have a conflict to declare? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda is delegations. And our first delegate this evening is Andreas Batakis, TDSB parent from Queen Alexandra. Do we have Andreas online?
I'm here.
Oh, you're here.
Right. Yeah.
Beautiful. Have a seat, please. So how this works is you have 5 minutes, and staff will ring a little bell when you get to the last minute to give you a heads up. And then afterwards, trustees will have the opportunity to ask you questions of clarification. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. Happy June. I'm happy and grateful to start the month with you all here today. So my name is Andreas Batakis, and I'm a dad of 2 wonderful kids that actually go to Queen Alexandra Middle School. When you hear my words today, please hear also the voices of thousands of parents from the following schools: Brown, Earl Beatty, El Gray, Franklin, Hillcrest, Cooney, of course, and Winona, as well as the voices of the hundreds of people that have signed the petition for the aquatic program. We all know, as parents, how committed you are to supporting public education, especially with the budget challenges that the board is currently facing. Yet the province must listen to the calls of all of us and provide the funding as requested by the TDSB. But let me say a few things about me and my family. We have a boy and a girl. They both became 13 in March, and they are twins. Yes, they are. Despite that, they could not be more different. They don't like the same things, they don't talk the same way, and everything in between. Yet during breakfast today, I actually spoke to them about this meeting today, and I asked them, is the pool important to you at school? And it's one of the very few times that my kids were in full agreement. Yes, it is. So I went forward and I said, okay, why is it important? And they said, Dad, it's just so much fun. Everyone likes it. I actually challenged them to find someone in their class that doesn't like the pool. They were thinking about 5 minutes and they couldn't figure out one person that doesn't. Then they said, it's playing in the water. What's not to like? They did say it's a pity that we can only use it once every other week. And my son specifically mentioned how they learned what to do if someone is in trouble when they are in water and if they're in danger, how they can get them out and help them save their lives. So just to add another layer to this, I want to say this, and when I speak about my kids, I feel like I'm talking about the kids of a lot of people that have similar experiences. My daughter loves sports, but my son, not so much. So for him, the pool is even more important because it's a fun way for him to exercise without realizing it. So this is where I wanted to remind the pandemic effects and how the impact was so great on the mental health of so many children, including our own, of course. And the thing is that our kids don't realize it. Nobody's children actually do. But you and I do as adults, and so many others as well. So exercise and especially swimming are very special because of the levels of bonding and fun they offer to kids. Years ago, the investment was done to have pools in our schools. We all know that not all schools have pools, but we are in a city that is partly surrounded by water. They are important because swimming in a pool is one of the best and safest forms of exercise. It's about knowing the safety rules in the water, which is an invaluable skill that kids will bring into adulthood. It literally can save their lives or help them save others at a time of need. Now, there are plenty of families as well in our communities that cannot financially afford or even allocate the time to have their kids swimming outside the school. So everyone is obviously aware of the error by TDSP staff in the aquatic instructor allocation model for 2023 and 2024. However, we're all human, and anyone can make a mistake. It's okay, actually, to make a mistake, but what is not okay is to realize the mistake and not correct it, to actually allow a mistake such as this one to devastate our aquatics programs, significantly limit swim instruction, and disable swim teams. Now, some may say, but it only affects 3,000 students. But how many students must lose part of the joy found in our public schools before it becomes important? How many kids does it take before it actually becomes wrong? Is it 5,000? Is 10,000 a better number? The numbers are irrelevant. School pools are beneficial for the public as well because they're places for people to gather, enjoy, and they're a hub for the community. Esteemed committee members and school trustees, this mistake can be turned into an opportunity. We believe that the opportunity is here for all of you to demonstrate your advocacy and your heartfelt support for what is best for children. Not just for our children today, but for the infinite number of children that will benefit from the aquatic pool programs in years to come. This is the opportunity to positively affect their physical and mental health in the future and now. Your decision to reverse the allocation model for these 8 schools and maintain the same level of swim programming for 2023 and beyond will be a historic act of love for all students. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for trustees for the delegate? Anybody online? Oh, does anybody online? No? Okay. Thank you very much for your delegation.
My pleasure.
Our next delegate is Jane Brind, TDSB parent.
Hi there. Yes, my name's Jane Brind. I am a TDSB parent, but I am also actually been asked by the various people that Andreas just spoke about to come talk about the aquatic programs because I'm actually also a very recently employed aquatic instructor with the TDSB. I just want to say that the reason why they asked me to speak is when I've talked to parent councils, I've talked to, yes, kids do love swimming, and it is a super popular program, and I am probably a rock star there at the pool where I'm not anywhere else, and certainly at my home. But the benefits that I see are, it's an equalizer. I teach the MID and the ASD classes at Queen A. The behavioral kids relax in the pool, and everybody other student that's there feels like the water can be like their space where everybody feels like they're coming in at an equal level. The second thing that I'd like to talk about and emphasize is it is a place where kids can see tangible benefits of their efforts. The pool is intrinsically fearful for all of us. We know there's a risk factor. And when kids feel like they can't do something in it, like they're scared to put their face in the water, they're scared to swim in the deep end, or if you're even an advanced swimmer, I see some kids with medals here, to get the 20-pound brick off the bottom, and they think they can't do it, and when they can, when we work on it and they can do it, it's a tangible reward that they see, that they realize that they have a confidence and a capability they didn't think they could have, and the other areas of their academic program, you take that with them and move on. The other thing that I want to say is, I only joined as an aquatic instructor back in December, and there is not enough aquatic instructors already. So when they talk about cutting, and they say they had budget this year for 93 instructors. There's not 93 instructors now. Several pools do not have it. And when I first came online, I was inundated with calls. I voluntarily did a share program with Queen A, ironically, and with Earl Beatty, and I moved back and forth between the two pools just to make it happen at both those pools. But I can tell you from my experience, it's crushing. So I'm having a difficulty seeing how making this a permanent program to pair schools and have an adequate aquatic program be successful to be very low. What happens is they've just paired kind of random schools that I think didn't have a person there already. The two schools that I'm with, the pools are to completely different like sizes and spaces. The equipment's totally different. The model at the schools and how much time we have at the classes is completely different. I teach over 30 classes between two schools. I cannot move the needle very much in terms of what I can do. There's also no subs. There's no way for me to do anything. When there's a PA day, I shuffle every other class that would have come in on that PA day into any empty slots and lunchtimes so that the kids can swim. I never can take a day off. It's crushing. I would never sign up for a permanent position. I was not surplused like every other instructor because I'm on the temporary list. But if I was offered that, I would never take it because it is double the amount of work, double the amount of planning, and half the reward because I can't move the needle far enough in the program. And when the kids only swim once, maybe 2 times a month, if they're lucky when we do these share programs, it doesn't reap the benefits that I know you've heard from the people here that will speak today and have spoken before to the benefits of this program. The job that I did before I decided to come back and kind of back to my roots in aquatic instructor was I worked in corporate HR for over 20 years. And the people I hired most of the time were new grads and co-op students, so I know exactly the kind of skill sets that kids need when they leave school. And I can tell you that programs that motivate students to go and do their best are the kind of skills that people need to go forward to be successful, not only in our schools now, but when they graduate. So when they used to see people like me hire, they have the confidence and capabilities to land those jobs. And that is why I am here today, just to give you my thoughts, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegate? Nothing online? Thank you very much for bringing your perspective.
All right, you're welcome.
Our next set of delegations are on the operating budget, and our first person on the list for operating budget is Andrea Thompson from Wedgwood Junior School. Okay, sorry, she's online, or she will be? Okay.
Hello,
Oh, hello.
can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. So you have 5 minutes, and we will ring a bell when you get to 1 minute left. And then afterwards, trustees may have questions of clarification for you. So start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrea Thompson, and I am a caregiver of 2 students at Wedgwood Junior School. I am the parent representative for Wedgwood's equity team, and I am also a representative of the newly developed Toronto School Council Coalition. In the last year, I have become increasingly involved at Wedgwood School and have become aware of severe issues it is facing with budget cuts exacerbating inequity and overcrowding issues. Our school's student population has nearly doubled in size within the last 7 years, a school made for 300 kids now with 575 plus students crammed in, and that number growing at an increasing rate. Budget cuts impact every school, but in our condition, they are catastrophic for our children's education environment. Our staff bathrooms and lounge are depressing and disgusting. We have no workspace for our support staff. Our school lacks proper ventilation, and with increased spring and summer temperatures, the lack of AC is inhumane. We are struggling to get basic supplies like glue sticks and markers for our students, and we can barely afford to pay for supply coverage for staff to attend sporting events, extracurricular tournaments, and experiences with students. Our school once had an amazing and enriching robotics program, but now we have no space or staff for it. We cannot fit our students into our gym for concerts or presentations, and half of our very small library was made into a classroom this year because the portable meant for them was delayed over 10 months. For a long time, Wedgwood students were eating lunches on hallway and gym floors in a school infested with rodents, and even now, the benches they were given to solve this issue are not considered fire safe. We have 2 small bathrooms which cannot accommodate nearly 600 students, and we cannot safely host indoor events for our community anymore to bring us together for reconnection and engagement after the pandemic. These conditions are not acceptable to us. Racism and ableism are having devastating impacts on our students, and as understaffing leads to poorly supervised recesses and lunch times, these issues worsen. We have had numerous extremely upsetting racist incidents at the school within the last 3 years. We need TDSB to support yearly staff anti-oppression training and assessments, and it should be mandatory and TDSB funded for every school to start their fall term with an anti-racist performance and workshop for students. This is crucial work to protecting the safety of Black, Indigenous, Jewish, Asian, and immigrant students in the system. I want to stress that our school's principal and staff work tirelessly to address these issues despite being given less and less resources and support to do so. A new school should have been built in our community well over 5 years ago, or at the very least, the catchment area changed to send new students to nearby underutilized schools. But now something must be done to decrease the pressure on our school and to ensure our children receive a proper education. I could go on about more issues facing Wedgwood, but I think it is clear they are numerous and we are in need of intervention here. I am personally sick of sending my kids into these depressing circumstances where they are asked to do more with less after they have lived through arguably one of the most challenging experiences a child can go through with 3 years of lockdowns. We are hoping the TDSB can fight for our school and all schools because we cannot afford any further budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for the delegate? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation and bringing your concerns forward. The next speaker on our list is Dr. Jillian Baker.
Hi, it's Jillian Baker. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. You have
Wonderful.
5 minutes, and staff will ring a bell when you get 1 minute from the end. And
Wonderful, thank you.
when
I'm
you're
sorry
ready.
I couldn't be there in person. Hi, everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jillian Baker. I'm a pediatrician at both SickKids and St. Mike's in Toronto. I'm also a proud graduate of the TDSB, and importantly, have 4 children of my own who are TDSB students or grads who have all also been competitive swimmers. Access to pools for our students is of particular importance to me, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. From a personal perspective, I proudly represented my 3 TDSB schools on swim teams from grade 1 to 13, including 2 of the schools being discussed today. My swim career as a lifeguard and swim instructor subsequently was really rooted in TDSB pools and ignited my passion for saving lives and strongly enhanced my applications to both university and medical school. As a pediatrician and mom, I'm extremely discouraged to see access to the pools in our public schools come to a screeching halt after lockdown when our kids need the skills, exercise, confidence, camaraderie, and in some cases competition that are inherent to learning to swim. I'm concerned about the proposed sharing of pool instructors for the 7 schools in question today, I gather it's a result of an error, which I find in itself extremely frustrating, and it's my firm opinion that there's no excuse to not remedy this error. The current plans will dissolve the swim programs as we know it and waste an existing resource. And I'm asking you to kindly ensure there's adequate funding channeled into aquatic programs in all schools to ensure equitable and sustained use of programs for all students. My twins in grade 7 at Winona compete outside of the school system in swimming as their K-6 school didn't have a pool. My family is so fortunate to be able to afford this surprisingly expensive sport. They were so looking forward to representing their school in the pool this year and finally being able to share with classmates, some of whom really don't swim very much, many of whom they'd had recruited, but to my dismay, our kids have not had one swim class in school since the fall due to lack of pool teachers, and the swim team they'd so look forward to was canceled last minute. All the while, this pool is still being maintained for after school and weekend programs. What a waste. I swim myself at Winona, their school, in the evenings in a master's team, and feel so guilty as I swim in this beautiful pool, as many children who don't have the means to swim outside of school don't get to use this facility. This is after nearly 3 years of lockdown and an endless flow of cancellations of activities and fun and everything important to them, including their in-person classes. The current proposal for the 7 schools to share pool teachers is not sustainable, as we heard from Jane, and will lead to endless difficulties hiring and resignations of current staff. Let's open these positions for full-time teachers who could be proud of this important work and serve as role models and inspire future job opportunities for our kids, as Jane so eloquently spoke about. Hiring full-time staff at all of the schools with pools could open up pool time to share with other schools in the community that are not fortunate enough to have these facilities themselves. As sadly the TDSB is acutely aware due to recent incidents, learning to swim is also a safety issue, especially in Toronto where we're surrounded by lakes and rivers. I believe it's the right of each of our children to have the opportunity to learn to swim for their own safety. So let's adequately fund swim education and work together to prevent future tragedy. At both of my hospitals, I serve a broad pediatric population in the GTA and care for many families of lower socioeconomic status. Also, in going to school in my current neighborhood, our socioeconomic status was much lower, and I have personal experience with many friends in this situation. Many patients of mine and former and current friends are parts of families new to Canada, and my observation is oftentimes parents themselves are non-swimmers and can't take their children swimming. This past year, pool closures have been related to lack of skilled personnel to fill positions. Let's focus our resources on training the next generation of swimmers and lifeguards in order to keep this system and the Toronto public school system open instead of exacerbating this problem. In closing, I feel that pool instruction is truly a misguided target for reduced funding, particularly after a very depressing and inactive 3 years. Our kids are more anxious, more depressed, out of shape, and burdened than ever before. Everyone benefits from time in the water. Let's not waste this incredible network of pools that already exist in our school. Let's hire swim teachers full-time and provide sustainable positions for them. Let's then share pool time with other schools that don't have access. Let's enrich our children's lives and improve their mental and physical health and get our kids back in the school pools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of clarification for the delegate? Online? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you again.
Our next speaker is Katrina Matheson from various schools.
Hello, my name is Katrina Matheson, and I am the School Council Co-Chair at Winona Drive. This statement is co-signed by Alejandra Gonzalez Jimenez, Chair at Dover Court, and Joanne Marcano and Joella Connett, former and current chairs of Scarborough Village School, and is delivered in association with our newly formed Toronto School Council Coalition. I personally have been involved in organizing against the board's pending cuts of the aquatics programs at Winona and 7 other schools. There is no question that reducing student access to swimming is a detriment to their physical and mental health. Nevertheless, what we have heard over the last number of weeks is the embrace by the board of a budgeting process that is designed to pit school against school, ward against ward, and trustee against trustee, Reversing cuts here means pain elsewhere. These budgeting discussions make plain the ugly elephant in the room. Following years of deep budget cuts by the provincial government, we have arrived at the point where students' minimum basic needs are simply unable to be met. This has inspired us to convene the Toronto School Council Coalition, which after only 1 week already involves more than a dozen TDSB schools. Let's imagine the TDSB as a carousel. There are students on the carousel riding their wooden horses up and down. The bells and whistles have long been since taken down. The paint's wearing off. There's no splendor here anymore. But the students come back day after day, and they keep riding it even though every year more pieces are taken off. By the time it's completely dismantled, the carousel, the Ford government will have convinced everyone that the shiny and robust carousel of public education was just a figment of our imagination. When people can no longer remember what it's like to have an impressive school system, then they will be easily sold a privatized scheme, just like Ford is trying to sell us with healthcare, public transit, and even our public roads and waterfronts. If you quietly pass a gutted budget this year, you might think that you are doing a service to your constituents by politely doing your job and keeping the carousel running on its track. But all you will be doing is allowing this wholesale theft from our children to continue in broad daylight, knowing full well that the provincial strategy is to eventually leave us with nothing. Whether you pass a budget this month or not, I implore you, nothing from here forward can be business as usual. The trustees must unite to expressly acknowledge the elephant in the room. These cuts have reached the bone. These cuts to date, let alone the coming cuts, already jeopardize the long and short-term health and well-being of our students. These cuts demand a full-throated condemnation by every single trustee, a condemnation that rightly incites lawsuits against the province to compel legislators to do what is required of them, a condemnation that demands federal intervention and lends moral support to labor strikes and even student strikes. When we have children in our schools who go hungry through the day and experience anti-Black racism so bad that they wish themselves not to be Black anymore, when we have schools that are overcrowded by hundreds of kids, when the children who are academically behind because of COVID simply have no hope of catching up because the additional staff that they rely on have long since been cut, it is time to use every tool that you have, not as trustee as your ward, but united together as trustees of education in Toronto. To do this, the trustees as a body must demand more for the students of Canada's largest school district. To support this action, the Toronto School Council Coalition aims to establish a schedule of minimum basic student needs. Like a Bill of Rights, the schedule will identify the absolute baseline resource expectations necessary for every school. This includes full use of the school facility as it was equipped, adequate classrooms and bathrooms, educational assistance, intensive anti-bullying initiatives, and so on. Moreover, there's an obligation for compliance not only of the Ontario Education Act, but also of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which was ratified by Canada in 1991. The Toronto School Council Coalition intends to hold the trustees, the province, and the nation of Canada to these obligations. Over the last few weeks, you have heard from passionate parent and student delegations advocating for things that they love about their school. These families are still on the carousel. Please stand up and lead us in this fight while there is still a carousel left to save.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegate? Oh, sorry. I have Trustee Dawson online and then Trustee Laskin.
Hi, thank you very much for your delegation. It was very powerful, and it's always, very inspiring to hear of parent action happening in our community. I was wondering, could you please repeat the name of the coalition that you and several schools have joined together in, and also how many schools are involved?
So this was an initiative that came up in the last week. I put out an email to every school council email address, and I got 15 replies with this message that more or less, message that I read to you. And we had our first meeting. It was very powerful. We brought Andrea Thompson to delegate, as you heard, and we collaborated on the statement that I read. So it's the Toronto School Council Coalition. Was that your only question? Hope that answers it.
And how many schools?
Right now, 15.
Right, okay. That's really amazing organizing inside of a week, and I hope that you will share your letter with trustees that you sent out to schools so that we can share it as well with our networks. I do have one more question. One of the challenges that we face as a board in terms of operating in isolation with clapping back on some of these cuts is that we are not as strong if we are acting as a single board. What kind of action are you taking to encourage trustees from all school boards to activate against the cuts overall from our government?
That's a great question. I don't know yet, but I'm sure we can do it. I'm sure we can do it. Thank you for giving me a new challenge.
All right. Just planting the seed because,
Yes.
it is
Very
such
good.
a challenge for us. But thank you very much for being receptive. And I do very much appreciate the delegation today and all of the action that you and other families are taking. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Katrina. You mentioned you were putting together the minimum requirements, or it just made me smile because back in 1997, I was involved in the Need to Succeed budget, which was exactly the same with then former Premier Wynne. We were parents together in the former Toronto board, and we put together a list of essentials. It will be very interesting to see what 25 years has done, but I'll make sure you have that just for your reference as you build your new model. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I did forget to mention at the start that everyone who's delegated, if you have a written delegation in front of you, please email a copy of that to the delegates, delegates at TDSB email address, and that will be shared with all trustees.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so our next delegate is Melissa Van Wert, School Council, Franklin Community School.
You can pull more chairs up.
Sorry, I am not Melissa. I'm Irina Stajan, and I'm here with my children and my cousin's child as well, but we are here on behalf of Melissa. So I'm going to let the children speak first.
Okay, thank you.
You can pull up chairs.
Yeah, you can go ahead, pull up more chairs. You can get comfortable.
And ask them.
Hold on, can you put the mic down? No, I don't think so. Okay. Hi, my name is Chloe, and I am a grade 5 student at Franklin Community School. Before swimming at Franklin, I had no formal swimming lessons. I learned how to swim from the wonderful swim instructors, Mr. Molina and Mr. Mariano. This year, with the encouragement from our instructors, I tried out for the swim team. I surprised myself by making it to the city finals, where I ended up winning a silver medal in backstroke. Without the teaching and encouragement from our instructors, I would never have accomplished this. With the decline of participations in sports with young females in Canada, the swim program at our school has provided an opportunity to experience competitive racing and build self-confidence. The loss of our swim program would be a big mistake that not only impacts myself, but all the kids at Franklin who look forward to their weekly classes, which can lead to the opportunity to swim on the school team and beyond. Thank you for listening. Please don't cut our swim instructors and our program.
Hi, I'm Max Stajan, and I really enjoy swim. And while all of this is happening, I don't want to lose swim because it's very my swim. It's very
Hi, my name is Max Stajan, and I am from Franklin Community School. I really enjoy swimming, and while all these cuts are happening, I have to say that my swim teachers are very nice, funny, and kind, and caring about us. They push us when we need to be pushed. They help us strive for our best. They pushed me, and I competed in relay and received a bronze medal. I also received a bronze medal in backstroke. If these cuts continue, I may not be here next year showing anyone any medals. My name is Irina Stajan, and I am the mother of Max Stajan, and Chloe is my cousin. Chloe touched upon how women, girls in sports, it starts to decline at a certain age. Everyone talks about how we care about the kids and their well-being and their mental wellness, but do we really when we're making cuts such as these? Chloe is 10 years old, she's turning 11, and she participates in the swim program. A lot of girls stop playing sports. They stop trying out. If you cut programs like this, by the time they get to junior high or high school, they've already lost interest. There's nothing for them to be involved in. There's nothing for them to achieve in swim. Andreas, Jillian, and Katerina all touched upon this, but the health benefits of swimming alone outweigh any costs that might be saved. It builds endurance, muscle strength, and cardiovascular fitness. It helps you maintain a healthy weight, healthy heart and lungs, tones muscles and builds strength, provides an overall body workout, as nearly all of your muscles are used during swimming. Regular swimming engages the left and right hemispheres of your brain and all four lobes simultaneously. This boosts cognition and increases ease of learning. Swimming also promotes new neutrons in the hippocampus, enhancing memory, learning, and other brain functions. If you ever come across cuts towards swimming again, these benefits surely outweigh any costs saved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Trustee McLean.
Through the chair. First, I want to thank Chloe and Max for coming and speaking to us today. While I'm personally a ray of sunshine, I sometimes find these people intimidating too. I think it's great that you came and spoke to us today and shared your experience and your love of swimming. I'm interested in what events did you swim?
I swam in backstroke. I got second. I swam in freestyle. I got fifth. and I swam in relay and I got 6th or 5th, I forget.
And then I swam in backstroke, which I got 3rd. And then I swam a relay and I got 3rd again. And then I also swam breaststroke, which I got, I think, 6th.
That's great. Congratulations to you both. I'm going to share a little story with you because I had 2 young ladies that grew up in our house that were very much like you two and very excited to learn how to swim and to compete. And they had big dreams and big aspirations about what they thought might be possible. And they kept going to practice and they kept trying just to do their best and to see what was possible. And both their journeys ended up at the Olympic Games representing Canada. And my younger daughter, Brittany, ended up medaling. So while I can't promise anything, I really hope that you follow your dreams, you dream big, and you work hard. And I hope that you continue enjoying the sport of swimming. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's it. Oh, and we have Trustee Earhart.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay? Hi, my name's Sarah Earhart, and I'm your school board trustee for Toronto, Danforth, and Franklin School. It means a lot to me that you're here. It's hard to come and speak in front of a group, and you did such a lovely job, and I think you should be very, very proud for speaking up for your school and for all kids who care about swimming and about sport. I wanted to ask, if you're okay, if any of you could tell me a bit more about Franklin School and swimming. So you had mentioned that you learned to swim at Franklin. If you didn't learn to swim at Franklin, where do you think you would learn to swim?
Well, I do have 2 cottages where I love to swim. One has a pool. I would probably learn there, but the pool's only open in summer, as Franklin's pool is open all school year. So they have instructors to help us, even though at my cottage there's some swim lessons we can do. Franklin really helped me swim, and I'm a really strong swimmer now, and I thank both swim instructors for that.
Thank you.
I would probably swim like the same as Chloe at the cottage and everything. And then I also did swim lessons before that. But the swim team at my school really boosted my chance of getting bronze or anything, really.
That's so wonderful. Thank you. And I'll just ask, the Franklin swim program, it's also the community center, right? So without the swim program by day, students will have to try to get in at night, eh? And it's very busy, that swim center. I see kids there all the time. Do you think you could get into the swim program there at night?
I actually have a cousin named Sophie. She's 2, turning 3 in July. She goes swimming there with her mom or dad, and I go over to see her sometimes, and she says, "Chloe, I'm gonna go swimming." And then I'm like, "You're going to Franklin, right?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm going swimming lessons." And I said, "I do swim too. I do swim team, and I won silver. Maybe one day you'll be just like me."
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much for coming, and please feel free to send us your delegations that you had written down. Yeah, can we mandate the kids come and join every time, every meeting? Our last delegate this afternoon is Susan Fletcher from the Space Coalition, the Saving Public Access to Community Space Everywhere, and also, I believe, still on our Community Use of Schools Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Trustee Art. I want to not thank whoever put me on speaking after the last two delegates. I mean, really, how do I follow that? I will thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've been part of the Space Coalition for more than 20 years, and we advocate for affordable, accessible, and equitable access to public space, particularly in schools. I've been doing this a long time. Way back in 2003, during that spring's provincial election campaign, Space contacted the major parties to describe community groups' difficulties in paying for the then new fees for community use of schools and asked how the parties would help. As it happened, the Liberal Party said they would provide funding to school boards for community use of schools. They won the election and they brought in the first $20 million of provincial funding in July 2004. But I'm here today to speak on behalf of community-based arts, sports, civic engagement, and other groups. While I am a member of CUSCAC and I do understand the TDSB policy on CUSAC, on community use of schools, states that annual fee increases will reflect cost of living, small organizations probably don't know this. And in fact, earlier today, I happened to speak with the senior staff person of a group that is quite sophisticated with permitting space, and this staff person didn't know about that policy. Many groups will have already set their registration fees for fall programs and may even have begun registering participants. The groups are already dealing with volunteers dropping off because of COVID, challenges in volunteer recruitment and retention, difficulty fundraising, and all the other issues stemming from COVID. They're trying to offer activities that will support individual and community well-being and health. I know you're dealing with significant budget challenges, but I urge you to consider maybe there's alternatives to increasing community use of school fees for nonprofits. Maybe one option might be increasing commercial and filming rates. Or maybe you can just defer the increase, allowing groups more time to plan and budget for the increase. Or opt for a smaller increase, maybe just 1 or 2%. We're all still dealing with the effects of the pandemic, and part of this work should include reactivating school spaces for community use. Keeping costs low is one essential component in making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So, do we have any questions for the delegate? Sorry, I'm just going to ask a quick one. Susan, can you clarify again who your agency, the Space Coalition, represents?
Space includes a variety of organizations. Some of them are sports organizations or arts. There's advocacy organizations, research organizations like social planning, and we have members across the province. So we're actually provincial. Although we have everywhere in our name, really at this point, it's only Ontario, but it's a variety of different kinds of not-for-profit organizations who use space in schools.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have no further questions, so thank you for coming today. So the next, that was our last delegation today. Sorry, just gotta find my agenda again. So our next item on the agenda is number 5, staff reports, and we will start with contract awards for operations. And who's speaking to this?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll ask Senior Manager Ferris to speak to this.
Good afternoon, and through you, Madam Chair. On this afternoon's contract awards operations report, we have 2 items in Appendix A that are here for the information of the committee, 2 items in Appendix B that will require approval by the committee, and 8 items in Appendix C that will require subsequent approval by board later this month. As always, happy to answer any questions you may have about any of the content of the report.
Okay, Trustee Laskin, go ahead.
Given the conversation we had at a previous budget meeting Are there any of these contracts here that are not deemed essential to fund at this particular time? I'm talking substantive ones, not the smaller ones. I'm just curious. Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, given that there's many different departments who these are being purchased for, I'd be a little hard pressed for me to determine whether they feel they're essential or not. Based on what I can see, a lot of the IT ones, I think they absolutely are going to need that. Those are critical software and hardware support requirements. Legal services obviously will need to continue. Audiovisual, that equipment there is as and when required when the schools need it. So if it's not a fixed fee that will automatically be spent with that vendor. So it only is as required. So depending on what the schools require, they may or may not. If their budgets are reduced, then that may lead to less spending on audiovisual equipment. So there's no obligation there from the audiovisual perspective. And the tutoring from Appendix A, that's all completely funded by the ministry, and we just want to make sure we do spend all that money that they have provided for that. So
I understand that. Through you, Madam Chair, Chromebooks, $9 million. I thought we were pausing that, potentially pausing.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe this batch is being paid through the current fiscal budget.
Thank you for the
Next year's
clarification.
budget will be a pause.
No, thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
I'll pass the chair. Go ahead. I have two questions on questions for items 7 and 8. The read and write assistive technology, or C claims. Could you clarify, is that not billed directly to the province if it's a C claim?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the C claims for software now are funded through the base amount of the C claims, but it is funded through C equipment amount.
Okay, thank you. The Knowledge Hook software, there's separate funding from the ministry for this item? This one?
This one would be just through our Grenville grants. I don't believe there's specific funding for this one, but I'll have to.
Through the chair, I might be able to support this. Thank you. This is a PPF, so a separate enveloped fund, specific for digital tools.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me. Any further questions? Oh, Trustee Laskin? Oh, sorry, Trustee Hart.
A very short, sorry, the microphone just started. I just wanted to make a very short comment just to congratulate everyone for all the suppliers I'm seeing here for the community-based tutoring. It's lovely to see that this is going to community-based organizations. Thank you.
Go to Dan first. Yes.
Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. And while I appreciate that the budget that we're working on is for 23, 24, we carry forward a deficit in our current year, and this $9 million expenditure, I appreciate, is in the budget for the current year. But if we were to modify that expenditure in the current year, would that not in itself lower our deficit and contribute to our pursuit of dealing with our budget challenges?
Through you, Madam Chair, if you decide to modify this, it would change your financial position this year that we're looking at. We told you about 41.5 million, I think is our current deficit projection. So it would change this year's deficit. We are suggesting that for 23, 24, that this expenditure would not happen. So therefore, we've already taken it out in our analysis up for you of the 23-24 budget. Changing this year's expenditure will not impact 23-24. We look at each year for this expenditure as separate. They don't carry over between years.
Sorry, I'm not understanding, sir. If you projected to spend this $9 million, if we chose not to spend the $9 million, would our deficit that we're currently operating for 22, 23, ergo be $9 million smaller?
Yes, it would be.
So I guess my question becomes, why, from staff's point of view, in terms of your recommendation to board, why, because this decision was still on the table for us to make in time to affect this, why was it chosen to delay the, putting off the purchasing of this equipment? So why didn't we choose this million as opposed to picking, next year's 9 million?
So through the chair, the suggested in what we talked about around the 9 million for next year is, as you see with this contract award, we purchase this year for next year's deployment. So what we're suggesting right now in the 23-24 budget is not purchasing computers that would be deployed in 24-25. We are, in essence, deferring the decision. We're hopeful that in 24-25, if our financial position is better, we can buy in-year and deploy in-year to students, so there'll only be a delay. So that's our strategy right now, is to say to you that in the financial positions we are for 23-24, we won't do a purchase at this time next year, but we may be able to do it in September or October of 24-25 and deploy within the same year. But that will be determined on as we develop the 24-25 budget, if there's room to reinvest back into those computers.
Okay, thank you. I understand better. I appreciate that. When does this purchase have to be made?
We would suggest that this purchase happen in this cycle going to board, because then we have to give it to the vendor, they have to image the computers, and they have to ship them to us, so they're in time for our students in September to be deployed.
So is there an opportunity then, in terms of this cycle, to refer this decision until we confirm our ability to deal with our budget challenges through this current cycle, so that we would, before we approve this $9 million, we would understand that we would have the ability to have found the appropriate money and, have balanced the budget, be in a position to approve a balanced budget, or what's deemed to be a balanced budget in terms of the, $15 million that is our target, our stated target.
So through you, Madam Chair, if you deferred this decision, it would affect your bottom line this year and your possible reserve balance going forward, but it would not change the deficit for 23-24, because that's already been taken out of the expenditure as the staff are recommending to you at this point in time.
Sorry, I'm gonna do this again then. If I don't spend this $9 million this year, does that not lower my deficit for the 22, 23? And doesn't that carry, isn't that part of our challenge for 23, 24?
It will lower your deficit this year by $9 million if you decide to defer it, but it would not change the financial outlook for 23-24, because it's not out of the budget in 23-24.
If I may support.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. It is a bit of a mind challenge.
Yes.
And Craig, correct me if my interpretation is wrong. Monies that are unspent this year mean that those monies turn into in-year surplus. They are not part of next year's budget. They're surplus funds. So the decision that the board has made with staff is that we are not going to be investing in Chromebooks. So that expenditure of however many $1 million has been removed from our spending plan, our budget for next year. The in-year budget that we have now is still working through our expenditures, and the Chromebooks are an example of that. If we don't spend the $9 million and keep that. It will reduce our deficit for this year because we're not looking to have an in-year surplus, right? So we're going to be digging a slightly less bottomless hole. So that does mean it will positively impact future reductions, but it has to be considered differently. My only takeaway that I would want to on this $9 million through the chair to Trustee McLean is whether they have been previously committed. That would be my only worry. That what I would want to verify, and I can try and find that information. Do you know, Mr.
So
Schneider?
you, through Madam Chair, know the POs have not been issued.
Okay.
yet. So the commitment has been put in.
They have not? Sorry.
Has not been, the POs have not been released to the vendor yet. It'll await approval of this going through board.
Okay, I would like to make a motion, please, Madam Chair. I would like to move that we refer this matter,
June 13th?
June
yeah,
13th.
we're going to get
June
stuck.
20th.
Can I have a, can I apologize? Can I ask for a 5-minute recess, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to run into the same problem.
Okay, we will resume. Thank you. Okay, so Trustee McLean, continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the indulgence of staff and the explanation. And so as a result, I withdraw my notion of referral. So thank you.
Thank you. Then we're back to, do you want to go first? Okay, we're back to Trustee Laskin.
I pass, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Anyone online? Okay, I think that's it for questions.
Happy to move.
Thank you. And seconder, Trustee Didavides. Thank you. And could we open the vote, please?
Sean in favor.
Thank you.
Laskin in favor. I lost my e-scribe. I'm getting it back now.
Yeah, the toy's not working. McLean in favor as well.
Okay, sorry. Can we have a show of hands? And those online, could you say aye if you're in favor?
Chair Nurse Lynn was in favor.
Oh,
Aye.
Not for me.
no, it just says voting in progress.
Trustee Lee's in favor.
It's not open for me.
Okay, thank you. Any opposed? That carries. So the next item on our agenda is contract award facilities. And can I assume Mr. Ferris, you're taking this?
Executive Officer Bruchetti will take this.
Thank you.
Want me to go? Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, this evening's Contract Awards Facilities Report has 12 items in Appendix A that are here for the information of the committee, 5 items in Appendix B requiring committee approval, and 4 items in Appendix C that will require board approval. And as always, we're happy to answer any questions about any of the items in the report.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? None online. Can I pass the chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the school travel planning program facilitation. And if staff could just highlight some of maybe the projects or some of the plans that are coming this fall or this year through this program for the TDSB and the Catholic Board. And I really just bring this up because today is the first day of Bike Month in Toronto, and it is Bike to School Week this week, so it would be nice to highlight the new things that we're doing. Are these new program pieces under the new role with TSTG, that's the new supervisor role that's supporting active travel for the transportation group?
Through the chair, yes, they are under the new supervisor of that program.
Thank you. And just, I wondered if staff could go through some highlights and or if there's anybody to speak to this.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have specific details on how the program operates, other than we've engaged with the vendor to help support and facilitate expanding the programs that we didn't have our own resources to do that expansion on, and to make sure that we are able to take advantage of the funding that's been provided by the city to make that expansion.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very excited to see this, and I know the city's pilot programs for things like Safe Routes to School and their partnership with Green Communities Canada. Those are really great programs. I've participated in them with our schools, so being able to engage in more of that active school travel planning I think is a wonderful benefit to our students in our schools. Thank you. Any more questions? No? So I don't see any more questions, so I will ask staff to open the vote. Oh, sorry, I need a mover and seconder. Trustee McLean. Trustee DeVitis. And the vote is open.
Shan in favor.
Thank you.
Lee is in favor.
Thank you.
Wong is in favor.
Thank you.
Sorry, Laskin in favor. He moved it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. That carries. Our next item on the agenda is 5.3, Student Transportation Contract Awards. And who's taking this one?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I will start, and then I'll ask Kevin and Gary Green. Kevin Hodgkinson is the general manager of the Toronto Student Transportation Group, and Gary Green's our senior manager. In front of you tonight is approval of the contract award for busing. We are currently in the 5-year with 2 one-year extensions that end August of 2024. So this contract award in front of you tonight would start September of 24. We work collaboratively with Toronto Catholic on our student transportation group, and in the previous cycle that we're in, that our contracts are now, we had the lead on doing the RFP process and tendering. This time around, it was Toronto Catholic's turn to do the tendering. And Kevin Hodgson is here tonight to walk you through his report that went to the Transportation Governance Committee and was approved, and is now going to both boards for approval. And I'll turn it over to Kevin and Gary.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. Through the chair. So I don't want to rehash the entire report, but I'll certainly try to highlight what we feel is important for everyone going forward. As Mr. Schneider has said, the current contract is coming due in August of 2024. We have started the contract procurement process 6 months earlier than normal. This will allow us more time to ensure that our operators are ready and prepared for September 2023. In terms of that, also allowed us more opportunity to go back and look at some of the things that we wanted to make sure were included in the new contract. As part of that process, over the past year, we have had several consultations with staff, with the trustee workshops, and with our schools in terms of what they felt was lacking or what would work well in transportations. We tried to incorporate what we could into the current procurement process. And as a part of that process, we did release the RFT, in March 1st of this year. We did get 9 bidders who supplied a bid to that contract. We are actually, you'll see in the recommendations, planning for 8 of those vendors to be awarded contracts. But in terms of the actual process that we went through, we did have a 3-stage process in terms of trying to vet these contractors out. First was simply a mandatory stage where yes or no, you had the basic details to be able to deliver services, including your insurance, WSIB, and materials like that. Simple pass fail. We moved then to a technical stage, which was a requirement for the contractors to provide us their feedback on how they could deliver the services in a cost-effective and timely manner. You can see down from the report in section 4, we have several areas around driver education, driver retention, materials along those lines. We also included some environmental stewardship and some safety programs, and one of the things was parking this year because it's been an ongoing problem for our current contractors. So we asked them how are they going to address that concern going forward. So we certainly asked for all those types of items as we went through the process. The third part of the process was pricing. So once we went through and got the technical score, we added it to their pricing score, which gave them their rank. Based on their rank, they were awarded routes based on that particular rank. But before we get to kind of at that point, was wanted to talk about why certainly some of the issues around why the pricing is going up. Certainly from our own research and from our carriers, certainly the pricing of everything is going up. Certainly buses being manufactured in the U.S. and the Canadian dollar doesn't help in terms of delivery of that costing. The School Bus Ontario, which is the organization that looks after the group that many of the bus operators belong to, indicated, the pricing for busing has gone up from $103,000 to $140,000 for the cost of a bus. So those types of issues and issues around that certainly haven't helped in terms of trying to mitigate any of the price cost of structures that we have in place going forward. We also wanted to look forward to, in terms of, one of the problems we had last time was with a large influx of new carriers into the marketplace. So this year we were successful in minimizing that. We have 2 new vendors that we would like to award, one with 20 routes, one with 50 routes. Much more manageable for them to start in the city with that type of number of buses. We do, however, have a large changeover from some of the carriers. And that might actually work well, because 2 of the carriers that are reducing routes were 2 of the carriers that we did have some significant issues with this past couple of years. So that worked out well, and I guess in regards to trying to mitigate their influence in terms of service to the city and to the boards. We also, as part of the contract, wanted to start our consideration towards electric buses, electrification of the school bus fleet. Certainly, it's top of mind for a lot of people in terms of how we're delivering our services. We certainly think it's probably time that we start thinking about it. We didn't necessarily say we had to have electric buses, because they are approximately for buses 3 times the cost for the initial purchase of a school bus. So that price alone is problematic. Federal government does have grants, which brings it down. Certainly, the maintenance and parts are cheaper for electric buses, so that brings the price down further. We do envision cost parity with this gas bus in about 10 years. So certainly we want to work towards that. But at this point in time, it is somewhat cost prohibitive. But we do still want to start to plant our foot here to get that going moving forward. And certainly 2% of the entire fleet would add almost $1 million to additional dollars to the cost of busing if we wanted to proceed down on that minimal type of service going forward. One other item in terms of the actual funding, the Ministry of Education has the new transportation funding formula. And what we can do is reach out to the ministry to look to see if they can add in some electric bus functionality or into the formula to account for that variance in those types of costs. Currently, we are looking for a possible surplus for next school year, but this contract will basically eat up a lot of that surplus. And we're still not aware yet of, obviously, the driver retention bonus and the driver wages that we may have to pass through to companies. So we always want to wear on the safe side that we not have any funds, additional funds available for that type of service. So in terms of actual cost increase, we are looking at about a 16% increase to the cost for transportation in September of 2024. Primarily at the small minibus level, which is the highest in wheelchair services in terms of that delivery of service. In terms of the process again itself, we did have a fairness commissioner involved in the contract this time to ensure that what we had put out in the RFP or the RFT, we followed it. The fairness commissioner and their report was provided that we did follow that process to ensure that none of the carriers felt that they were shortchanged or treated in an unfair manner going forward. And lastly, I want to just comment on in terms of what plans are in place as part of the procurement process. Obviously we've want to contract with these carriers. We want to make sure that for September 2024, we mitigate any of those issues that we had in the previous startup years. So certainly we are looking at more specific items in terms of getting the operators ready, certainly more meetings with them, making sure their driver pool is ready prior to September. We're not going to wait until mid-September to make changes at companies. We will be before September even starts, looking at company driver numbers and moving buses between companies if that's in fact the case required. So those types of items. We're also having especially for our special needs population, a lot of what's happened in the past is companies will call the parents, they can't get through, they don't have that confirmation. So part of this contract is that they actually have to have a live body before they before school starts, so they can ensure that they have the correct information, they understand who the students are and those student needs that they're picking up going forward. So just some of the other items that we're looking at in terms of trying to prove that going forward. So Gary, do you have anything else?
Through the chair, I'll just add that part of the preparation for the coming year, part of what will be an improvement over past years is that diversification within the fleet, that we do have the additional carriers, but also no carrier has more than, I believe it's 29%, whereas previously there was a cap out at 35%. So I do think having no one carrier with too large of a chunk of the overall fleet is also quite helpful in terms of addressing some of the concerns that we've had in the past.
You, Madam Chair, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So first off, we have Trustee DeVitis.
Thank you. So thank you for the report and for the work put in there. I have some questions in regards to a possible electric bus pilot moving forward. So there is the cost involved listed on the report. What's the cost, if you can just go through that again? And what does the extra cost involve?
So thank you. We had envisioned, again, to get all of our companies to get a foothold and understand understanding how electrification works for them, because it's not just you buy a bus and you get to go. You have to buy the charging stations. You have to talk with Toronto Hydro to get all stuff hooked up. You have to get your mechanics trained on how to deal with electric school bus engines. You need to, work with the school boards. Do we have our own electrification strategy in terms of we have buses parking at schools? Are buses going to be allowed to park and charge at schools or not? So this only looks at buses parking at their own depots and charging at their own stations. But we did envision if it was all the companies, 2% of the buses, which is about 40 buses, would be about a $925,000 cost. And that's giving everyone approximately 5-6 buses for them to electrify. If we wanted to look at the two most cost-effective operators, we could, I believe it was 52 electric buses at a cost of $710,000.
Right.
There's a benefit to having them all at one location. There's more opportunity for what we call V2G or V2Grid, vehicle to grid, or V2B, vehicle to building. Something, again, we can look at for the school boards as part of their stratification strategy going forward in terms of those buses charge at night whenever the price is low, and during the day they can actually push power back into the grid if needed, or into a building. If there's a power outage at a school, they can be dispatched to a school, say, hey, hook up to the power the school before the power is down. So there's those opportunities for the school boards to deal with in terms of electrification. Yeah, and that. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned too, I don't think I actually even reported it in the report. We are actually having the buses on Toronto Island, electric buses. The rationale for electric buses on the island is because right now we have to actually bring those buses back and forth on the ferry to get fueled up because they're no longer allowing us to fuel on Toronto Island. So there's additional cost. We're saving those costs of the not only fuel, but of the ferry cost going back and forth. We talked to City of Toronto. They are establishing a charging station at their paramedic station there. We'll have work with them to use that station. We may want to consider a charging station at the school as a backup or as a bilateral agreement with the city in terms of delivering services there. But the city is planning on electrifying all their fleet on the Toronto Island as well. So it made synergies, and not to mention the island is a nature school. It fits in very well with our curriculum in terms of how we're delivering those types of services at the island as well.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. So follow-up question through the chair. So electric buses are more expensive than regular buses. Is that where most of the difference in the pricing is? Because operationally, once the infrastructure is in place, there ought to be a saving, no?
Correct. The initial cost to purchase the bus is about 3 times the cost of a current bus, but you're absolutely right. The maintenance costs and obviously the energy costs are considerably lower, so they're saving on that portion of it. Correct.
Okay. And are we looking at, once we get out of the Toronto Island, are we looking at partnerships and other opportunities for us to develop programs that can bring in some capital to help us through that initial process?
I would suspect that's a cost for your question for your facility team. This specifically, we're only asking the operators to put charging stations at their own facilities, given the small number of buses we're asking them for. But yeah, down the road, there's absolutely that possibility of how that works in terms of that, Gary.
And through the chair, we have had meetings with our sustainability office colleagues as well. And there is the Environmental Legacy Fund that they have offered to explore looking into for some of the infrastructure costs. For the actual purchase, as you mentioned through the chair, the purchase can be offset by a number of different ways, including the vehicle to grid and also the ongoing maintenance savings. Those should get more substantial over time, and the cost should come down over time as well. So we are expecting over the coming years that this will be a more affordable concept to be able to push forward with. We're also looking at federal and provincial grants where they're available. We have worked with a consultant in the past to discuss what may be out there. There were some programs that have recently closed down, and so, but we have heard of others that are potentially available too. So we will be exploring all avenues. This is an important thing to do in the near future. This is going to be, I think, pushed more and more over the coming decade. So we want to make sure that we're in on the ground level.
Thank you, Gary. And I'm not sure that it's in scope because it's not before us, but would the facility team be able to speak to that? Because it may feed into our decision-making process moving forward, what the capital costs are.
So through you, Madam Chair, as Gary and Kevin have said, we are looking at this, and the Island School will be our first time having a full-time electric bus. So we'll learn from that as well. But some of the challenges as well, besides the cost of it, is actually the logistics of it. Where do you put the charging stations on schools? Because as you probably heard in the last winter, when we're trying to clear snow, they always get complaints from our principals in schools about the buses being in the way and they can't clear the areas properly. And where, the longer wire run you have for the charging station, you're going to put it on the far side of the parking lot, you lose the efficiency of the energy as well as the cost of running the wire. And then you have the other complexity of the buses have to be in the right places for the drivers as well. So these are all things we're going to have to work through as electrification of vehicles becomes more prevalent. But we're going to start with the Island School. It makes logical sense. It's a lesser expense. As Kevin said, with the environmental outdoor education center there's a lot of synergies. So as we learn more and as we understand more of the funding, and Maya and her team can look at more of the costing models, we'll be able to come back to you with more information, but it's a target we're looking for growth in the future.
Thank you. And just as a personal statement through the chair, I'm very much excited for that work. I know it's hard work because logistically there are significant barriers to getting some of these things started, but significant opportunities for us to improve our bus fleet over time, but then also to improve some of our infrastructure in the schools as well. We have hundreds of parking lots out there, right? So very excited for that possibility. I'm hoping we're able to speed this up as much as we're able to, and hopefully through some partnerships that will, and grants and things like that nature will become easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Are we being asked to just approve next year's costs? Because I don't see the contract in front of us. I mean, when we did the new student information system contract, we had the entire contract in front of us. We understood what our commitment would be. We understood what the total value was. We don't see that in front of us. I find that quite unusual. So I'm wondering how we're expected to approve an entire contract without understanding the costs of it. Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have in the appendix, in the body of the report, we do show you the costs for the first year of the contract being
Right.
$68 million. There will be escalation costs in there based on inflation and fuel prices. Again, the other problem we have is as Kevin has pointed out, the transportation grant has been rejigged, and we're still waiting for information from the ministry around the driver retention program and how that's to work, as well as the minimum wage for drivers that we have to administer as part of our funding. So there are some components going forward, but we did show you in the report the first year cost.
Right, but respectfully, I don't understand how you can expect us to approve an entire contract without understanding all the costs involved, or at least ballpark of all the costs. I have no idea how much this is going to cost our bottom line. I have no idea if the transportation grant, it says that these things are going to be funded through the grant for student need. Are they going to be fully funded? I find this quite unusual. I don't, again, I use the student information systems as the example. That was a multi-year over many years. We knew the entire cost, and then it was broken down year by year. This, I mean, this is going to be potentially $1 billion of a lot of money, and I'm not 100% sure in what we're committing to in terms of it not being fully funded through the grant for student need.
And through the chair, if I may speak to that, the escalator in terms of cost will be two factors. One will be CPI, at which we compensate at 85% of CPI, and the other is the fuel escalator, de-escalator. So because those are unknown costs, we can't calculate, but this is the base rate, and the increases will be based off of those two factors.
So through you, Madam Chair, can staff comment on whether or not this contract will be fully funded?
Through you, Madam Chair, we can at this point in time comment on that because we have still to wait. There's supposed to be more documentation coming from the Ministry of Education as well. The ministry has said to us that as they work through the funding model, that they will be making adjustments. And I see Associate Director Suker would like to add something.
Thank you, and through the chair, what I would say is that if this contract were in place in 23-24, transportation would not be fully funded. The grant for student needs would not cover the cost of the contract. That being said, we haven't been in a position where the cost of transportation until 23-24 with the change has been fully funded. So you're correct in noticing that the increase is more than the grant has increased.
And forgive me, but for clarity, I mean, we don't own our own bus fleet. So those costs of escalating that you've just talked about, that's the carrier's responsibility.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, sorry.
In order to get rates that are competitive in the first year of the contract, part of the strategy is to ensure that if there is a spike in the CPI of 10% or something that we've experienced over the last couple of years, that the carriers won't be put out from that. And so it was our understanding in putting that forward, and a fairly common practice here is that CPI is compensated.
Yeah, except that we don't, through you, Madam Chair, we don't get funded the full cost of CPI when we pay employees. That's crystal clear. I guess I just want staff's comment on their expectations that trustees are approving a contract for which they do not know the full cost of.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think my comment would be this, is that we are showing you what the cost for the first year will be. What we don't know is inflation, as we talked about. We don't know what routes the demographic of our students. And as you know, we're hoping at some point the moratorium on school closures ends, which will change our need for busing as we move forward. So it's very hard for us to give you a multi-year forecast with those and in addition, we do not know all the information from the ministry yet. So our best information that we can provide you is to say that looking at it, we see at almost a $10 million pressure in the first year of the contract over our current expenditures. And as we see more information, we're supposed to be getting it, my understanding, by the end of June from the ministry around driver retention and the average salary for drivers that has to be paid. we can bring that back to you with a long-term forecast. But this process was a competitive process. It was run through a fairness commissioner, and these are the best prices we can get in the market for transportation for our students under the current models that you have asked us to do.
So I appreciate through you, Madam Chair, that some costs are unknown, but certainly some costs are known. Is there not a total cost of known costs for the contract and an estimation that is this going to cost us $10 million a year to our bottom line? And have we forecasted that? And how does that affect our deficit? And all those other questions as part of that. Like, I just find it an unusual practice that you're asking me to approve a contract for which I have no figure for.
So through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest that the amount of $68 million is a fair estimate on an annual basis of our cost without inflation, so it can be multiplied by the length of the contract. But we don't know those other factors to tell you if it's going to drop by a couple of million each year. And unfortunately, because this contract only starts in September of '24, we haven't built you a budget yet to tell you what the budget impact to your bottom line is, and that'll be some of the work going forward next year as we learn more about the modifications the ministry may make to their funding model. We understand when the moratorium's lifted and inflation and where it takes us. But I would say that if you use the $68 million as a base, that would be a fair estimate cost on a current dollar amount going across the contract of what the value is. And I see Mr. Green would like to add a comment.
Through the chair, it is a six-year agreement with two possibilities for extension as well. So in terms of calculating what the average amount would be over there. There is a fuel escalator, de-escalator. So again, if the fuel costs increase, that is part of the funding that we would receive from the ministry. With the funding changes, our starting point is a better one than what we had in our previous contract, but we can't project necessarily from year to year how much the ministry will increase. But we do know that the fuel escalator, de-escalator is part of that funding.
Thank you very much. Another question, Madam Chair. Is this just TDSB cost, or is this TDSB cost and TCDSB cost?
Through you, Madam Chair, the numbers in the report on page 42 are TDSB costs.
Okay, and can you tell me what the split is between the TCDSB and the TDSB in terms of the total cost?
I'll refer to Kevin Hodges, the general manager, to take that question.
Through the chair, again, the costing for the consortium is based on the number of routes that are required to service each population based on their policy. If you want to give it a kind of an average, is it 60-40 approximately? But certainly in terms of the costing, you'll notice that the full-size buses increases only 12%, whereas the minivans and wheelchair buses are 20 and 23% increase over current rates. Public Board has far more of those types of vehicles than the Catholic Board. So in terms of pricing increases, the Catholic Board is increasing, but not as much as the Public Board because they don't have as many vehicles.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, again, a point of clarification. Is the contract made out to the Toronto District School Board, or is the contract made out to the Toronto Consortium?
Through the chair, it's through each of the boards has their own contract.
So each of the boards have their own contract. So prior to this, the 60-40 split, which was the same previously, for which there have been some issues, who decided that that was going to be the split, continued to be the split going forward? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, there's a long-standing consortium agreement that was signed in 2011. It has been an evergreen agreement and needs to be reviewed, in my opinion. And so I think what we need to do is look at that, and as part of that, there would be the funding formula reviewed. So we're utilizing the same costing formulas as when we signed the agreement in 2011.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, another question to staff. if this got deferred, what's the bottom line for approval for this? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll turn to Kevin Hodgkins to start answering, then I'll augment if necessary.
Through the chair, the purpose for getting this in front of the committee at this point in time was, again, to allow us more time for those carriers to get prepared for September of 2024. We did actually, as I said, we increased it by 6 months to allow them at that greater period, especially for those new carriers that are coming into place, make sure that their facilities or whatever other procedures they need to understand in terms of how Toronto operates differently from other consortiums. They need to understand that prior to school startup. So any type of delay obviously minimizes their ability to get that information and get that up and running as quickly as possible and be prepared, as best prepared we can for September 2024.
Through the chair, there is one other factor as well, which is the ordering of the buses. And the new contract is requiring a certain age for the fleets. If they need to order the buses and it needs to be through the US, and there's many delays in that as well, there's a possibility that there could be delays in terms of the delivery of their buses, especially for the new carriers.
Thank you. So Madam Chair, I do appreciate the work, but I find this an inadequate report. It has no bottom line in it. It implies that funding is provided through the Grant for Student Need. It doesn't speak about the potential cost. I'm just wondering, I don't want to delay anything that puts us in a precarious position, but on the other hand, I don't think I should be voting on a 6-year contract when all that's before me is 1 year. And the implication that the funding is provided through the Grant for Student Need, I really think the report has to be better so that when we can come back to it in year 2 or year 3 and say, oh, I understand that. Even if you base it on the known costs, I understand there can be other variable costs, but I'm just concerned that, and I guess I ask again to staff, is it a normal practice that you would be asking trustees to vote on a multi-year contract only where the first year of that contract is identified? Through you, Madam Chair, to
Through you,
staff.
Madam Chair, I'll turn to Associate Director Zucker, and then I can add comments.
Thank you, and through the chair. So I would say that for transportation, this is a fairly normal practice across the province. When we put a contract out or an RFP out for service, 6 to 10 years is usually the timing that's attached, and there's usually a percentage so we know the first year costs, and then there would be a percentage increase applied each year. And so rather than having 2%, say, or 4%, it's tied to CPI. So staff can estimate what CPI is going to be over the next 6 years and then produce those costs appropriately. But with regards to the timing of the contract and approving it this many years in advance, I would say that it's fairly normal. And I just will add, many boards have gone out for RFP within the last few years. And this 16% increase, and I can confirm this with Kevin, but that this is fairly standard across the province with regards to the increases, unfortunately, that boards have seen to transportation contracts.
Oh, sorry, my time is up. Can you put me back on the list, please? Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Trustee Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I shared many questions that Trustee Laskin had, especially in terms of like the extent of the contract, whether the terms and conditions will remain the same for the next 5-6 years, and the implication in terms of cost. So we don't, again, same thing that we only see the first year impact, which is like with the projection that it will be 9.9 million over the expense of this present year. So which means that this 9.9 million is going to be in the shortfall when we're talking about the 2024 budget year at this time next year. So the other thing I have the same question of is that in terms of funding issue, my understanding, as always, that TDSB does spend more on transportation than what the ministry is providing us with. So I want to confirm that understanding. And the other thing about it is that, when staff earlier mentioned about there's like a surplus, I don't understand what it means. It's like, what is this surplus? Because I didn't fully understand what it was. What is a specific amount that we could spend this year, or whether it's something that it can be referred again, carry over to next year. So I need to better understanding the impact on the budget, and then again, it's going to be an impact for next 5 to 6 years. Thank you.
So thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. As we said, the cost this year and the funding we would expect there to be not fully funded with the current information we have for the ministry. The other big unknown, though, is when the moratorium is ended, and during this contract life cycle that we're talking about today, we will likely close schools. Depending on where the schools close and our students and where they're moved to, we may have a higher transportation cost or a lower. And that's the difficulty in giving you a long-range forecast to say it's, but what I would say is it's around $68 million per year we're looking at, and it can fluctuate based on how, and maybe decisions you made if you change the walk distances as well for students. But on the current contract, and the pricing, we're looking at about $68 million on an annual basis.
To you, Madam Chair, can staff confirm my understanding that that TDSB has always been spending more money on transportation than what the ministry is providing us with?
Through the chair, it's been, with the exception of the COVID years where there were some additional funds and some reduction in routes, that has been the history over about the last 8 years, I would think. And in terms of, through the chair, there was a mention around a surplus for this year. Due to the new funding formula, there's a projection that we'll be getting additional revenue. So while that shows an increase of 9 million, that doesn't show the increase in revenue that we're getting. And so that's where the projected surplus for the coming year was mentioned.
And just to clarify, when the funding model changed, we are projecting a surplus in transportation for 23, 24, because we're still under the old contracts at this point in time. So the increase of 15% starts in September of 24, so it'll impact the 24-25 budget.
So for our information, through you, Madam Chair, so that estimation of 15% increase in funding, is it also your projection that will we will be able to be able the amount that will meet the needs of our students in terms of new contract?
Sorry, Trustee Wong, could you repeat that question?
Well, thank you, Chair. So as mentioned, the staff talked about the 15% increase in funding for 2024 year. Will staff also believe that that increase will be able to support us in terms of providing students transportation, in terms of the full cost of transportation?
So through you, Madam Chair, I would estimate right now in 24-25, we may have a budget pressure for transportation versus funding as we see it now. Again, I need to get more information from the ministry on the driver retention program and how they have, for lack of a better term, they have sweatered certain parts of the grant to support driver wages. And we don't completely understand that because they have more documentation to come to us. But I believe from what I've seen so far that there will be a funding shortfall for transportation in 24-25.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to get understanding of. So again, with the historical fact that we have always been short-funded in terms of transportation. So I would only assume that, like personally, that the shortfall will be even more when we get to the second year, because again, I understand that there are many variables in terms of cost. But then I don't see it going down at all. So we can only go up. And so the concern about this contract is there that there's a lot of unknowns. In this case, when we approve this contract, so basically we are saying that, yes, we acknowledge that we might have this 9.9 increase of expenses to be added to the shortfall for next school year, for the 2024 school year. But on top of it, we'll never know what will it be for subsequent years. That's the concern I have, and I don't really, honestly, I know that staff has gone through a vigorous process of coming to this point of the contract. But then again, it's very, very scary for me, knowing that, number one, the ministry has consistently underfunded TDSB in terms of student transportation. Number two, we don't know what will happen in terms of expenses for future years. I don't know what to suggest, what the solution would be. I just want to make sure that this concern is being voiced. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I was very encouraged when Trustee Lee gave when he gave his update about transportation, and there was a question that night that he wasn't able to answer. So I was, with all the improvements and the drivers getting their routes in advance and practicing their routes in advance, which was all encouraging. Do we know that, like this year, our busing didn't begin, the day after Labor Day or the first day of school, because there was a built-in buffer kind of thing, so that people could figure out, given that all this work is taking in advance, are we in a position to suggest that students on the first day of school that require transportation will have it?
Through the chair. Over the past few years, we have used a staggered school start for our large buses, the regular students and whatnot. First day of school, we always have special needs students taken care of in terms of their needs and services. The rationale behind the staggering start was it allows the schools to get prepared. Obviously, that first week is a busy week for the schools. It helps them get the students ready, understanding of where their buses are, where to stand, where to go in terms of that, in terms of the practicing, getting ready. Last thing we want to see on the first day of school is the students get on the wrong bus, the students get off the wrong bus, the right location. So this helps us in terms of allowing them some more time to facilitate that training and that understanding in terms of where they're going. At this point in time, we haven't, that'll be something like a question to the governance committee in terms of whether or not we're going to continue that staggering or not. It's not a requirement, but it's certainly, from our perspective, we feel it helpful in terms of transportation, ensuring that we deliver good service. But that will be still a question that comes up yet. So is the answer, are we going to do it or not? We don't know as of yet. We'll do that each year in terms of approaching the governance in terms of how they want to approach that.
And through the chair, I might just add, in terms of preparation, in this contract versus previous contracts, we do have additional levers with respect to being able to charge penalties to the carriers as well. So that's going to be further incentive to ensure that they're prepared. We're going to be doing audits of driver lists as well, whereas in the past, we got driver numbers as opposed to detailed audits of driver lists. And the fact that we're better prepared in terms of giving routes out well in advance should allow the companies to be better prepared. Plus, we've diversified the number of carriers and the cap in terms of total numbers that any one carrier has. So we will be moving routes around if people are not prepared as well.
Okay, thank you, and through the chair. It's always, the first week of school, it's always, transportation's always a challenge, and parents and students challenge. And I'm not sure, just from my anecdotal thought that schools need a week to practice, like, they're talented groups and they do this year, and like, I'm not sure we need a whole week for that. And I know that for some families, it creates a challenge. It creates a problem. So I'm hoping that when you go through this, that you can figure a way to do sooner better than later. But I'll move on. Thank you. On my work with the Environmental Sustainability Committee, I've had the ability to get to view some webinars related to the electrifying of the buses. And I know that we got to attend a webinar with a school board in BC that's totally moved in that direction. And it was very exciting to see. And I'm excited that, that we're thinking and we're contemplating what that would be. And we asked that, I made a point of asking how many years, which is, I think, always the fundamental question, because it's going to cost you more up front. How many years of operational savings do you need to pay for the added cost of the, so that you can make that, particularly when we've got a conservative majority government, this is relevant information when we're asking them to be writing big ticket items. So I encourage you to pursue that, but to follow up with, with what's going on, and because they were very interested, because they're looking at expanding it in their province. This is the pilot board, and they're looking to try to proof of concept and to try to do that. So there will be, in the short term, some very interesting data available to make the, monetary argument that, whether it's 4 years or 7 years, whatever it is, that, not only will it ultimately save us some money, but we get to show our students that we are actively trying to save the planet. And there's no more symbolic way to do that than with the school bus they ride to and from school every day. So I was very excited to hear about that. And thank you for your efforts in that regard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will pass the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is that that we in Toronto, and probably all school boards, have been underfunded for transportation since at least 2011. I don't assume that this is just for Toronto, because I hear from other boards, it's pretty much a universal conversation that transportation is underfunded, and the transportation challenges in other places in the province with driver shortages and things like that are paralleled in other districts. I know that the new funding that we got for the coming year for transportation is not actually new funding or new investment from the ministry, because that equivalent amount of money has been taken away from other school boards in order to support Toronto. So I know with the budget announcement, there were a number of winner boards in terms of transportation funding at the expense of the budgets of other boards around the province. And this is causing a lot of angst. I don't think I don't actually think the ministry takes transportation seriously, or is really looking at the actual costs. So we have discussed proactive budgeting in terms of our operating budget. For the next year, planning ahead. Talked about moving to proactive budgeting. Would this be a good example? If staff feel like if this has gone out for rigorous tender, and thank you for including all of the new information and new requirements to make our service better for our students. So if we feel this is rigorous and is competitive pricing for the market right now, to put in for at least the first year, would this be an example where we could say to the province, well in ahead of the actual contracts, saying this is what it's going to cost. Not trying to meet whatever they give us, which is never enough, but that we would say, no, we're already locked in, this is what it's going to cost. And the Catholic Board would also be able to say that, because I assume their pricing is similar.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start and then I'll ask Kevin to augment. So yes, with this new transportation model, the ministry has been asking school boards and the consortiums for information, and I believe they've been asking for more information with the routing, with the new contracts as they come out. So I do believe the ministry is looking at this. Am I optimistic they'll give us 100% of what we need? No, but they do understand their model has to be looked at, and they need to understand the impact of school boards. To your comment at the beginning, they are giving transitional money to those school boards that lost to keep them whole for a couple of years. But Kevin and Gary, if you want to comment on the communications you've had with the ministry staff about transportation.
Thank you, Craig. Through the board, through the chair, sorry. The ministry, for my opinion of it, is that they have one pot of money and they like to move it around in transportation. And to be honest, I've always felt that Toronto has been unfairly treated over the past decade or more in terms of that. We went through a couple different funding formulas, practicing in terms of that, and Toronto always was the top. We always received a lot more money than every other board, but there was always a big outcry, and then they scrapped that funding formula, went back to just status quo. So we're hoping that's not the case this time, that actually we're able to commit to this, and hopefully this is a starting point for us to work towards, and maybe the ministry can actually fund transportation to where it needs to be. I think the Toronto boards have always been great in terms of paying for the service that they need. And does that mean it's in deficit, and which it has been over the past decade? Yes. And that's because that's what the services needed. We haven't really looked at the ministry saying you haven't funded us properly. That was, I guess, I should say, what the trustees feel the stakeholders want in terms of services they want delivered. So that's what the contracts are in terms of that delivery of service. This is fair market price that we're looking at. This is what we've asked them to price it on. This is the price they gave us. If we feel this is fair and cost effective for us, that's what we have been paying. So I always find that the Toronto boards have done very well in the past in terms of being fair with our school bus operators. It's not fair to us that we're having to pay for it on our backs elsewhere from the school boards, but that seems to be has been the practice in the past. How long?
Thank you, and I understand from, clarify me if I'm wrong, that from our ends, over the last year or two, that we've worked hard with the Catholic Board to align our practices, change our bell times, get on the same page with the empty seat policies, things like that, to reduce our costs and make our system more efficient. And this reflects, this type of contract, or this contract reflects the service that we want students to have, and our transportation group on our side has done its part to maximize efficiencies.
Through the chair, I'll just say TDSB has undertaken a bell time optimization, which we undertook just before the pandemic, which resulted in approximately $2.5 million in saving and with the removal of about 55 buses. There were some restrictions at the Toronto Catholic Board to be able to fully integrate with them. However, in other areas where we didn't have barriers, we attempted to work with them, including updating their empty seat process, where they removed empty seats during the pandemic, and so we were able to actually be a lot more efficient with them. So I would agree with the vast majority of that, correct.
Thank you. And do we have a deadline on the RFP piece here? Do we have, what's our best before date?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'll start and I'll ask Kevin to comment. So we are asking our board and the Toronto Catholic to be asked the same thing to pass this contract so we can work on it. Kevin can speak to what the period that the contracts are kept at fixed pricing, that they'll honor the bids they put in. Sorry, Kevin, can you comment on how long the bids are valid for?
Through the chair, I don't have the contract nor the RFT in front of me, but I do believe it was upwards to 60 days. I believe we still have pricing is good for from the time from the submission.
Sorry, that was 60 days from the submission?
From the submission date, which would have been April 1st, I believe it was, approximately. 90 days. So sorry, I don't have the contract in front of me. I don't know what the actual cure period, I don't know.
Okay, so the best before is coming soon. Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
I'll pass the chair back.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Lee.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on the questions from Trustees Laskin and Wong on the forecast of cost, and I'm finding it a little bit difficult to understand the difficulties behind us creating a non-committal forecast just so that the committee and eventually the board can have an idea on what it could look like. If the worry that we have is cost increases due to inflation, I guess to staff, can we make an assumption and put in a plus minus 50% forecast just for visibility and make it clear that this is, this could change, and it will change obviously because you wouldn't know the information 100% in any case.
Through the chair, yes, a lot of the decisions are also driven off of things like there could be a surge in terms of numbers of students, and there's a number of variables that we may not be able to factor for, but we know that the base amount, assuming that every year is the same for 6 years, and again, we have the option to extend for an additional 2 and then an additional 2 after that, the base amount for those 6 years would be $409 million. And then depending on inflationary pressures and whether or not those are funded, if we're looking at a 10% variance there, we could be looking at another 40 million there. So I think an estimate between 400 to 450 million, again, under the assumption that there aren't other factors that alter the pricing landscape.
Yes,
Thank you, through Madam Chair, to our staff members. I really appreciate that context, and I think it will be very helpful if we can include that as a pro forma statement as a part of these, recommendations. After all, we are in a Finance and Budget Committee, and I guess my question to the chair and our governance staff is: do I need to move a motion to ask our team to put together a pro forma forecast, or is that something that staff will just take on?
I'm going to refer it back to staff.
So, sorry, just to clarify, would this be the information provided at board? The board that, when does this land?
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's a very important contract, and I think at board we should give visibility to everybody.
Through you, Madam Chair, we would be happy to put up a forma through for the blue folder for board. It will be assuming the same level of service, which is a big, and we will do some inflation assumptions on it based on what we know now currently. And of course, more than happy to come back in the fall when we have more detailed information from the Ministry of Education around the factors that we still are waiting clarification. But we're happy to put up a pro forma into the blue folders if that helps our trustees.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate staff with your help on this one. And I hope to Trustees Laskin and Wong, this also alleviates some of your concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're back to Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate what Trustee Lee suggested, but I'd actually like to move a motion to refer this back to staff. If they can do a revised report for board, I'm fine with that. That would include base information of the total cost. I also found the appendix really interesting, and very little of that was reflected in the actual report. I think it would be really helpful, some of the commentary that you made here for us tonight, to actually be in the report, because like I have no issue with the contract itself, and I really appreciate the work that staff have done to improve the service, to really provide an excellent contract. The fact that there was a fairness commissioner that reviewed the RFP process is also really important information, I think, to be right in the report. My issue is simply that you're asking us to approve a 6-year contract and that information is not in the report. So so I'd like to refer it to staff so that they can bring it without recommendation, to bring it back to board for approval.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Should that be that the committee would refer this to board without a recommendation, and then staff could provide?
Staff undertaking to revise this report as a blue folder item for Wednesday, for the next board meeting.
We could add an appendix in the blue folder, or we could append the report, whichever board services feels is appropriate.
Would that suffice the trustees' request instead of
No,
sending?
I'm sorry, it's the report itself that is not appropriate, at least from my perspective as a member of finance. I don't believe we should be asked to approve a report that doesn't at least have a total figure of the amount of the contract in the report. So that's my point, my
So referring
overall
it-
point. So how we can do that process-wise, I'm happy to follow the instruction, but I believe publicly, when I vote on something, it should be a holistic number as the base, knowing that fluctuations will happen. And I also don't believe the statement that resource implications funding is provided through the grants for student needs adequate, when in fact, full funding is not provided through the grants for student need. This implies that this 6-year contract is going to be funded through the grants for student need. I don't actually believe that to be a true state. Yes, it's funded through the grant for student need, but it's certainly not fully funded. But the statement here in the report implies that it is. So I just think there's a little bit of nuance missing from the report that would tell a better story. Remember, these are public documents, and the total amount should be in the report to vote on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Laskin, we have a couple more speakers on the list. Could I ask you to work with our governance team on that referral? And
sure.
Then,
After the speakers on the list, you want to defer it to later in the agenda then?
Okay, I have Trustee McLean.
Yeah, thank you, and through the chair, I just had one question that I forgot. So it was indicated that the last review is in 2011. Can you share when the next review is scheduled?
Through the chair, it's been an evergreen agreement, and so it's really the governance committee that would ultimately decide to do a review of the committee. So that'd be through the trustee and senior rep.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm not familiar with what an evergreen, I don't understand what that is.
Through the chair. So it was signed in 2011. There was no actual review period put in, and so it has not been reviewed. So there's not a date for future review, but that is something that could be initiated through the governance committee.
So have we endeavored to do that at any point in time since 2011?
Through the chair, I'll defer to Mr. Snyder for that one.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have asked for a review of and have an external provider. We had 2 years ago, I think, if I may have my years wrong, the governance committee approved having an external contractor come in and do a review of transportation, which would make informed about best practices. One of the recommendations that came to this board was around having a separate legal entity for our Toronto Transportation Group because right now it's just an informal collaboration. It's not, as other boards have, a formal legal entity. When we brought the report back to TDSB's board, it was approved to go forward. When Toronto Catholic took to their board, it was defeated and not done, so it hasn't been moved any further. There are other mechanisms within the current agreement that we'd have to implement, because right now, without both boards agreeing to something, it dies on a more or less tied vote.
So how many of these other mechanisms have we endeavored to use to get our somewhat reluctant partner to the table?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest we need to go into private to speak any more about this, as is contract language.
Okay, I've done that. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we can endeavor to get more of that information, not in a public format for contracts. Next, we have Trustee Earhart.
Yeah, thank you very much. And forgive me because I am a new trustee and I'm new to contracts. And so I'm just going to start from a very beginning. And it could just be that some of this on an updated report will help as well. So what's being asked for approval is a contract that's being organized that has been negotiated by the entity that represents TDSB for the purposes of providing transportation services to our students. Is that correct through the chair?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. We have a collaborative agreement with Toronto Catholic to provide student transportation for both boards.
Yes.
To make it a more efficient process, boards alternate terms to do the tendering process. It was Toronto Catholic's turn to use their staff resources to do the tendering process. It was evaluated at the Toronto Transportation Group Governance Committee for approval, but the work was done by the Toronto Catholic Board staff this time round.
Okay, thank you so much. It's very helpful. And through the chair, should a contract be approved by both boards, it would take effect for September 2024. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
And it would go for 5 school years. And we have projected estimates and costs with the increases for the first year. And what I'm challenged by is I still don't think I'm clear on what factors I should be really clearly aware of in terms of risks for this contract in particular for future years. So I think I'm hearing inflation and that our board will be taking on the majority of the risk of inflation versus the carriers. What other changes or notable features are there in terms of cost risks over the next 5 years between what the carriers are taking on versus what the boards are taking on?
Through you, Madam Chair, just to be clear, the current contract that is in front of you will be for 6 years with two-year extension options.
Okay.
So the base contract is 6 years. The contracts allow for inflation for our carriers at 85% of whatever CPI is. So they take the risk for 15% of the cost to cover. There are penalty clauses for non-performance that they would be charged should they not keep appropriate to the contract. The risk the board takes on is you're committing with these vendors for 6 years. Having said that, we do have the ability to have, with our current contracts, move routes from one vendor to another. In the previous 2 years ago primarily, but in the previous several years, we've had service issues with some of our vendors. We took routes away and gave them to another vendor, but we work within the pool of our transportation and availability of somebody else to take on the routes. So there are mechanisms for us both to move routes if we need to because of our performance. There are performance issues that the carriers have to attain to, and our commitment is to pay the bills when come due. We also, again, this contract you're seeing in front of you is at the current service levels assumed. We always, as a board, can decide to change our service levels or our number of buses, either up or down.
Thank you. And so through the chair, I assume that some changes in service routes and busing would be built into a contract as a risk that both parties would have to take on. Like, is there a certain amount at which we can't shift without jeopardizing the contract? Is that what the base level is?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think a good example would be when we're building Davisville and what we're doing in Hodgson. We added busing in to move those students to Vaughan Road. So we have the ability to do changes to service, both increasing service or decreasing service, but that is the flexibility we have in the budget. But we do anticipate things like Davisville and Hodgson's being reconstructed where we have to move students for a year or two. And again, we had special circumstances during the pandemic with the island school where we had to change the busing on that. So there is flexibility within that to do it. We have to get our carriers to agree to it, but we do have the flexibility to add. They're always happy if we add.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other risks that we feel should be outlined within this contract in particular? Like keeping in mind that I'm aware that there are risks out in terms of ministry changing, but risks in terms of this contract versus the previous contract that would be particularly noteworthy that we as board members should be aware of?
I'm not aware of any risks, particularly in this contract, that are different than the current contracts we have, and I see my two colleagues nodding their heads no, but if they have anything they'd like to add, happy to have them augment.
Through the chair, whenever you bring new carriers into service, there's always some risk to their ability, but we hopefully through this process, they've identified their ability to actually deliver the services. The new companies actually work in York and in Peel, so they are bringing experience with them to Toronto. But I always say Toronto is a little bit different than everywhere else in the province, and they do need to understand that in terms of that coming into the city. Our last contract, new carriers had operational issues that first year. Our intent this time is to try to mitigate those issues and concerns with new carriers coming in. So that would be the biggest risk, I would think, in terms of new services.
And through the chair, the new providers have received a very small number of routes as well relative to our overall size. I believe it's 70 routes, is that correct? And so that will further mitigate it as well.
Okay. I look forward to getting an updated report too, just because I'm new to this and I'm the kind of person that I want to read everything. And so I would probably read a whole contract like this if I could. So I'll take whatever we can get on this. I did want to ask just quickly about the electric fleet under consideration and just in terms of maintenance costs where batteries are being considered, or just any comments about what batteries mean, as well as whether or not there's any standardization currently for power supply for electric vehicles in the province. Like, are there any standards that need to be adhered to, or any alignment that we should be seeking in terms of other electric fleets in the city for those things like power source, batteries, maintenance?
So I'll ask Kevin or Gary if they can comment on that.
Through the chair, we're not aware of standardization with respect to that, though we have been working with the Sustainability Office in order to adapt so that we're doing what the rest of the board will be doing, and also working with other partners like the city so that we'd be aligned with them as well. So a lot of that would be just our collaboration and working with our partners to ensure that we're aligned.
Through the chair, the onus is on the bus operators for all of their charging infrastructure and buses and whatnot, and those buses are standardized across North America, so that is standard. They are the standard level 2 or level 3 charging ports and whatnot, so they'll be consistent in terms of that delivery of service. But again, the onus is on the carriers at this point in time for this contract they'll be looking after all of their own energy needs going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff, for this detailed report. And I'm one of the alternatives on Student Transportation Group, and I had lots of concerns about this contract. And thank you, Trustee Laskin, for raising so many important points today, especially budget, and we are dealing with budget right now. I want to know, through you, Madam Chair, before knowing any facts, do we need to pass this today? Do we need to really vote on this day?
So staff clarified that the RFP that went out and the contract deadline for approval is 60 days from, was it April 1st?
Through the chair, we were able to confirm with the contract it's 150 days from the, I think it was from March 16th or April 1st. March 16th? Correct. So 150 days from that.
150 days from March 16th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any way we can find a financial fact? I think if we're looking at March, so April, May, June, July, still we have some time, if I'm not wrong. Can we get some more financial facts on this? Because it's tough to vote something of this large amount of contract without knowing a figure. So is there any way we can delay this for today and get some more information on this?
I believe Trustee Laskin has a motion, unless Mr. Snyder, you want to comment?
No, I think we'll wait to see the trustee Laskin's motion, but I believe if the last conversation that we can bring something to board with more information.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I think Manager Cav, is it Kevin? I'm not sure. Sorry for that. Did say about audit, and I'm always concerned about the service part of transportation. You know, we have stories after stories, driver shortages, drivers not en route, audits are not done. He did spoke about audit. What difference are we doing in this contract regarding audit about driver absenteeism, driver not showing up for work? What is the audit, and how often are we going to do the audit?
So through the chair, we actually have two twice annual audits of all carriers. One is the initial audit, and then the second audit is kind of a follow-up in terms of addressing those issues that were available to them at the first point of the first audit. And the new contracts that we're also doing that audit 2 weeks or the weeks prior to school start to ensure that drivers are available there at any point in time. And the nice thing now is we're also using technology for auditing purposes. Hasn't really been available to us previously in terms of the reliability of that technology. It's coming a long way now in terms of that, so we can actually now see our auditing using technology, the GPS in the bus to determine, you know, the on-time performance and those other items that are attached to that technology that we can use for that auditing purposes.
And through you, Madam Chair, I would also augment that two of the things that we're still waiting for more clarity from ministry is that we are taking over as school boards the driver retention plan. So we'll need to know more information from our carriers about their driver retention practices so that we can ensure that we're doing that, as well as because there is funding that is restricted to the use of paying drivers, we'll need to ensure that the drivers are getting the adequate pay that the funding provides. So there will be more work done at reviewing our carriers' work.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, will there be any monetary penalties if there's a breach of contract or if the drivers are no-show? Because I know, driver no-show is not a breach of contract probably, but let's see if we find discrepancies in audits, right? What are the penalties, or what is something different we're doing than the previous contract?
So, Madam Chair, I'll just start. One of the things you heard, and then I'll pass it to Kevin, was that we have increased in this contract the spare driver pool from 5% to 8% requirement for the carriers, but Kevin can augment additional information.
Through the chair. So in terms of additional auditing or additional items, certainly we did extend the, I hate to use penalties because technically you're not supposed to use penalties, but their compliance items in terms of that have been increased in terms of progressive compliance, so that, you know, you originally give that company a 3-day warning in terms of service issues. As you move forward, it ends up to being you're removing that route. To the bus companies, a bus route is their bread and butter. Removing that is the most significant penalty you can apply to the company. So removing those routes is the ultimate penalty that we have in place for those service failures in terms of that. But there are also other items in terms of moving vehicles temporarily to other companies and their ability to take it on in terms of a delivery of service. So those are some of the items that we're looking at for the new contract over the old contract.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'll be waiting for Trustee Laskin's motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think they can put it on the board. I'd like to move that the matter be referred back to staff for further information on total costs and impacts on future budgets and presented at the June 14th board meeting. And just so the committee members know, I did ask Associate Director Zucker if this language was okay and if this was possible, and she supported. So I'd like to move that, Madam Chair.
Trustee Lee can second.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lee. Do we have any questions? Trustee McLean.
Sorry, through the chair, given this motion would go to board for approval, does this get to direct staff to do this in the interim so that it's available on June 14th?
Through you, Madam Chair, staff are happy to get the information to the June 14th board.
It would revise the report for June 14th.
Okay, well, I'm happy with that, but the trouble we ran in, okay, it doesn't matter.
Do we have any further questions? Okay, seeing no further questions, could we open the vote, please? Or sorry,
Trustee
yes.
in favor?
Yeah, open the vote. Yes, the vote on the motion.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Laskin
in favor.
McLean in favor.
Wong in favor.
He said.
Yes. Trustee Lee's in favor. Okay, perfect. Okay, that carries. Thank you very much. Look forward to the amended report for June 14th. So I would like to do 5.4 because I believe it will be quick, and then ask for a break for so people in the room can get some dinner. So 5.4 is our contract awards summer approval process. And who would speak to this?
Manager Chris Ferris to walk you through this report.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. This is a relatively brief report that serves as a reminder that during the summer months, we put into effect the summer approval process that allows for emergency FBEC meetings to be called if needed, and that gives that committee authority to approve on behalf of board during those months, and then bring back any approvals at the first board meeting at the end of August.
Thank you. Do we have any questions about this report? Seeing none, could I get a mover and a seconder, please? I have Trustee Laskin and Trustee McLean. And could we open the vote, please?
Trustee Patel in favor.
McLean in favor.
Wong in favor.
Shan in favor.
In favor.
Yeah, they said in favor. Trustee Lee was in favor. Thank you. That carries, and we will take a recess for 15 minutes so that we can get some food. Thank you. We are live again. So our next item on the agenda is 5.5, Design Consultant Contract Award, Mass Timber Replacement School at Poplar Road Junior Public School.
Through the chair, I will ask Manager Prathula Prusen, who is the Manager of Community Consultation and Project Development on the capital side, to present this report.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. It is recommended that the consultant contract for the Poplar Road Replacement School be awarded to the joint venture between Diamond Schmidt and Moffett and Duncan Architects for a fixed fee of $1,387,300. The existing junior school will be expanded to a JK-8 school with 341 pupil places and a 5-room childcare. The existing school sits on a large 6.87 acre site. The replacement school will be constructed behind the existing school while the existing school remains operational. The new building will be of mass timber construction and contain low carbon mechanical systems. In April of 2022, the ministry approved $13,440,170, including capital priorities and childcare capital funding. A feasibility study was conducted by Studio VMA to investigate the benefits of mass timber construction and a low carbon mechanical system based on a concept design for the new Poplar Road Junior Public School. The feasibility study also included life cycle cost analysis to review long-term operational cost benefits. Based on the findings of the study and the significant benefits of mass timber for a faster and safer construction process, TDSB will pursue a low carbon mass timber replacement school, and the successful consultant team has been evaluated based on their experience and technical knowledge of the design strategies. 8 firms responded to the RFP. The evaluation process included an interview, which was observed by the purchasing staff and the school principal. The trustee and superintendent of education was also invited to attend. Based on the RFP evaluation process, Diamond Schmidt and Moffett and Duncan Architects received the highest score and is the recommended consultant. These firms have extensive knowledge and experience in mass timber design as well as school design projects. Once the architect is engaged, the project design process will begin and include consultations with the trustee, school, and the larger community through multiple design meetings. The intended completion date for the Poplar Road Replacement School is September 2027. I will now turn it back for any questions. Thank you.
Anything on that? So on our list, we have Trustee DeVitis.
So through the chair, I was actually really excited to see some of the elements in the contract, in the report. Can you elaborate in what does low carbon ventilation systems mean, just so we understand the difference from more traditional, older technologies?
Through you, Madam Chair. The feasibility study included looking at alternative systems for mechanical, such as air source heat pump. There was also studies done looking at solar panels and other alternative systems. However, once we engaged the architect and the consultant team, through the design process and through working through TDSB standards and our internal staff, the final proposal for the mechanical system will be determined.
Thank you. And as a follow-up question to that, is there a possibility of reaching net zero status for the building?
Through you, Madam Chair, the feasibility study did review that if we were to adopt solar panels as part of the low carbon initiative, it would be possible to reach net zero. However, through the design process, we will have to look at our budget constraints and determine if net zero is possible to do within the constraints of the budget.
Well, that's very exciting. And would you be able to tell us a little bit more about mass timber? I'm not sure that all of us would understand what that refers to, and what are the benefits of mass timber in terms of environmental footprints, say, compared to concrete?
Through you, Madam Chair, mass timber is essentially a modular structural system made out of wood. It consists of multiple layers of wood, and it really does provide an exceptional stability and strength. It's comparable to concrete or steel, but comes with major benefits overall, obviously to environment through low carbon, the fact that it can sequester carbon and become a deposit for carbon. Not only is it low carbon itself, but is also a sequestered carbon material. It also provides a huge benefit to indoor quality for the occupants, huge benefit to the health and wellness of its occupants due to the use of wood as a finished material on the interior of the building. It has enhanced thermal performance, and during construction, there is a lot less vehicles needed on site. There's less dust and noise due to the fact that it's a modular component that can be built off-site and brought onto site and erected very, very quickly. So there is a huge benefit at also looking at the construction timeline. Through that feasibility study that was done, looking at Poplar as the prototype school, it was determined that the construction could speed up by 6 months, which is significant.
No, that would be significant, and this would be a pilot for us. And do you expect us to be able to have numbers that would allow us to calculate future savings and future projects based on Poplar Road Junior Public School?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is the intent, is to use Poplar as a first initiative for us and really test how mass timber and our low carbon mechanical system can work within the constraints of our budget and the ministry constraints. We are working with the ministry to use this as a test case, and depending on our findings, we're hopeful that future projects can also incorporate mass timber and low carbon initiatives.
Well, that's very encouraging. Thank you for all your answers. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, could I get a mover and a seconder for this? Trustee DeVitis, Trustee Laskin, and could we open the vote, please?
Trustee Lisa, in favor?
Shan in favor.
Wong in favor.
McLean in favor.
Okay, thank you. That carries. Our next item, 5.6, is design consultant contract award for Podium Elementary School and exterior play space design guidelines and design of new podium for Sugar Wharf Public School.
Thank you. And through the chair, we're pleased to bring another project forward that is the first of its kind. And I will ask Manager Prosen to present the report.
Through you, Madam Chair, it is recommended that the consultant contract for the development of the Podium Elementary School and exterior play space design guidelines and the design of a new podium school for Sugar Wharf Public School in the Lower Yonge Precinct be awarded to the firm CS&P Architects for a fixed fee of $835,000. The Sugar Wharf Public School will serve the Lower Yonge Precinct, which is an emerging mixed-use community situated along Toronto's central waterfront. Through comprehensive studies led by the City of Toronto since 2016, it was established that a new elementary school is required in this neighborhood to serve the anticipated rise in new residents. Due to rising real estate prices and scarcity of land in this area, the Toronto Lands Corporation initiated an alternative approach of forming a partnership with an existing developer in the area. Multiple options were explored, and it was determined that the new school will be built on the third floor condo strata in the Menkes development. On November 2021, the ministry approved $44 million in capital priorities for the purchase of the condo strata and the school setup of a JK to 8 school with 455 pupil places. An RFP was initiated by purchasing to engage the architect and consultant team to provide services in 2 phases. Phase 1 would be to develop the TDSB elementary podium school design and exterior place-based guidelines, which will form the standards and guiding principles for all future TDSB vertical schools. Phase 2 will be the design of the actual interior of the school and the exterior podium terrace playground at the new Sugar Wharf Podium School. 12 firms responded to the RFP. The evaluation process included an interview which was observed by purchasing staff and the trustee. The superintendent of education was also invited to attend. Based on the RFP evaluation process, CSNP Architects received the highest score and is the recommended consultant. CSNP Architects is very experienced in school design and projects and mixed-use developments. The firm has designed the North Toronto CI for TDSB and working with Toronto Catholic District School Board currently to develop podium school standards for that school board as well. Once the architect is engaged, the project will begin the design phase and include many consultations with the trustee and the larger community. The intended completion date for this project is September 2028 or 2029, based on the developer's progress and the TDSB's project approval phase. Thank you.
Thank you. On the list for questions, we have Trustee Laskin and Trustee Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to say how pleased I am. Obviously, it was a competitive process and all of that, but I had the pleasure to work with CSNP Architects for the building of North Toronto. They are very, I think it's great that they've had that very practical experience in the urban environment, but I also think it's great that they'll be involved in the creation of the guidelines, because I am looking forward to using those guidelines in the future, hopefully in rebuilding Eglinton, and I'm sure my other colleagues are in dense urban areas for rebuilding other schools in a podium by working directly with a developer. So I am very excited about that. But my question for staff is, will those guidelines come to us before they're finalized? I know the local trustee will be involved, but what about the rest of us who have a vested interest in what they might be for future? Through you, Madam Chair.
So through the chair, yes, we will certainly bring those guidelines. We're all beginning this journey together, and to understand, what it does mean to have a podium school. I want to also let the trustees know that we are working with a group of our fellow academic peers, including the superintendent, Mary Linton of that area, the principal of Jean Lum, because that's an example of a school in an urban environment that has, it's part of a joint use shared facility, as well as the principal from Market Lane. That was another example. And we can bring on more principals when we begin this kind of working group with the consultant to develop those guidelines. So we would be very happy to come back to board and share those guidelines.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I actually had the same question as Shelley Laskin had. But I did just want to thank staff for all of the hard work and that you've put into this project overall. I had the great pleasure of touring the site yesterday with Councillor Malik, and it truly is amazing to see all of the different moving parts. The community center is almost finished, and I had a chance to tour that as well, and it's such a beautiful space. I don't know if it's appropriate to say this now, but I will. With the guidelines, I wanted to plant the seed that, and I know we had talked about this yesterday, but I do think we should be strongly recommending to developers, and this is partly, my work and following up with the city as well, to put in rooftop off-leash areas or dog runs. When we have a space like Jean Lum, I think it's been a big learning at Jean Lum, or in some of our other parkland deficient parts of the city, like Davenport, that I also represent, we see a major issue with off-leash dogs in these areas that are shared by the community. And so since we will have a community access agreement, or the land, I think, is literally shared between the city and the school, I do think it's important to have the developer build in a solution to the incoming dog population and how they'll be accommodated outside of making our school grounds a dog park. So that's just really my input into that process. If it can be something that's determined from the outset, that would be amazing. But I do support this proposal. I was happy to sit in on the interview as an observer. The one comment I did have with that process, and I'd shared this with the team at the time, is that we don't appear to have any equity, diversity, and inclusion guidelines or principles built into our procurement process. And I just wondered, is that our procurement process in general, or is it just for this type of project? And then a supplementary question, do we have any plans underway to increase equity in terms of who we offer these very large tenders to? Will we make that a criteria at any point through the chair?
Senior Manager Ferris.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Including EDI within the procurement process is, we're in, I would say, the infancy stage. We have incorporated it into several RFPs in the past over the last several years. And for example, one that was approved not approved, but recommended for approval, the legal services one on the contract awards operations earlier this evening did have an element of evaluation assigned to that. So this is something we are moving on, but it's kind of a baby steps thing, part of our social procurement clause we're adding to the revisions in our purchasing policy that we're hoping to have approved in the coming months as well. So it will be expanding across other commodity and service areas.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And, I still do think that this firm is highly qualified for this job. I just don't know what else is out there. But they did seem quite competent in the meeting. So I fully support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Trustee DeVitis.
So my question is more general in nature. I know that a number of institutional organizations in the GTA have signed on to anchor strategies. So just to piggyback on the question from Trustee Dawson, is that something that we're looking at doing, or have we sort of engaged in a process to start doing that? So City of Toronto, York University, U of T, number of hospitals. I think that would be great for us to start looking at that type of model. If we have, great, and if not, maybe that's something that we can start engaging on.
So yes, we will be able to move forward with what you're talking about and be able to start incorporating more of it into the processes moving forward. So it's something that we've started on and will continue to move forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, could I get a mover and a seconder for this? Trustee Laskin, Trustee Chair Noslin? And could we open the vote, please?
Laskin in favor.
Yes. Trustee Lee? Trustee Lee and Trustee Shan?
In favor, Shan.
Thank you. That carries. Thank you very much. Next item on our list is item 5.7, community use of schools permit fee increase. And who's speaking to this?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll ask Executive Officer Pachetti to speak to this.
Thank you, and through the chair, good evening, trustees. As per policy P011, community use of board facilities, this report seeks trustee approval of the 2023-24 fee schedule as attached in Appendix A. The fee increase aligns with the Consumer Price Index, CPI, annual increase, which is 6.3%. CPI is a measure of the average change in prices over time in a fixed market basket of goods and services. The revised fee schedule will take effect on September 1st for the 2023-24 permits and on January 1st for the 24 outdoor permits. We recognize that this 6.3% is a higher increase than has been experienced in previous years, when the CPI increase typically increased around 1.5% or 2%. As provided in the report, this would account for a $1.89 hourly fee increase, by way of comparison, between today's fee of $30.07 per hour with the new rate of $31.96 per hour to permit a double gym on a Saturday under category A1, which is our highest subsidized rate. And while we don't want to downplay the impact of this increase on community groups, we also note in the report that the TDSB continues to support community programs by funding no-cost permits for not-for-profit community groups at 45 TDSB schools known as Local Neighborhood Support Program, LNSP schools, despite the Ministry of Education withdrawing the $2.5 million Priority Schools Initiative funding in 2019. The TDSB continues to offer Category A1 permits that have the highest subsidized rate available to community organizations to support programs for children and youth. We've also provided for you Appendix B, which is a summary of fee schedules over the past few years. Upon approval of the 2023-24 fee schedule, the permit unit will notify all permit holders electronically and through eBase. They will initiate the permit request process for the 23-24 school year. The new rates will be reflected in the 23-24 submissions. Thank you, and I am joined by Nidaba Njobo, Facility Permitting Coordinator, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
there any questions? Happy to move it.
So we have Trustee King.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you, staff, for the report. I'm not a member on this committee, so I don't have a vote on this, but do want to share just some of the thoughts that I know have been relayed out of the Community of Use of Schools Advisory Committee. First concern has really already been discussed directly with facilities, and just a reminder, I think that came from us was around timing of reports. Recognizing everybody's busy and there's a lot happening at once, but just really the importance of getting reports in line with our meetings so that there's sufficient time for review and discussion. And the thoughts that came out of committee are very much what you've heard from Executive Officer Pichetti, that while we recognize that the increase is in line with policy P11 and in line with the Consumer Price Index, it does represent a higher increase than we've seen in the past. Really understanding that for nonprofits, especially, that they have other operational costs that at the same time are increasing. And the concern was really that the increase might be oppressive for some of our groups with the highest needs, and really just pricing them out of our spaces. And that being a concern, knowing that the value that they bring in terms of our neighborhood relationships, and using our schools as hubs and everything that we know that we want to develop in that regard. So I think the key idea out of here is having the ability to maintain the same kind of service level in terms of addressing and reducing barriers where we can for some of our users, especially in those priority neighborhoods. So I think my question to staff, I missed a portion of the delegation, so I apologize that I didn't get to hear everything expressed from Space Coalition, but I believe that there might have been a question around the possibility of not having the increase for certain user groups, for the nonprofit user groups. And I'm just wondering from staff if that would be within policy to look at any other kind of application of the increase that would only impact certain groups and not all.
Thank you, through the chair. So Trustee King, I can perhaps start that response, but I'm not sure if Executive Officer Snyder might also want to contribute to that. But currently, the way the policy is set up, the trustees approve a fee schedule, but the fee schedule is aligned with the Consumer Price Index. We have within the fee schedule, as you know, 3 different categories of fees. So, you know, A1 being our highest subsidized category for children and youth, and then A2 is for seniors. And so I'm not sure whether, without having financial impact to the board, we could make that adjustment or change to acknowledge or identify certain permits that would be reduced. And as noted in the report, we do have 45 schools that are identified for free permits when serving or providing services to children and youth. I'm not sure if I've answered your question.
Everyone's covered in the policy. There's no differentiation.
Somewhat. I'm just going to give it some thought. I do see colleague Trustee James Lee has a comment as well, so I'll let him go ahead and I'll come back to the list with more consideration. Through the chair.
Okay, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just have a quick question and a clarification, because I thought I understood this, but now maybe I don't. When it comes to subsidy for community groups, regardless of which category they belong in, are the subsidies determined by us? Are we actually subsidizing using our own budget, or is that just a reflection of the subsidy that's provided by the province?
Trustee Lee, I'm sorry, could you just repeat that? Because I'm not sure I understood the question, and that's just me.
No, all good through you, Madam Chair. Let me try it again. So when it comes to the subsidy that we mentioned, in different categories of groups for these community use of schools, is that subsidy something that we fund through our budget, or subsidy that's given to us by the province, depending on which category those groups belong to?
No, you go. We pay, yeah. Sorry, through Trustee Lee, so we provide that subsidy,
And we determine it.
or rather, we determine that subsidy.
Okay, so that is not something that we are funded for. We actually help fund those other groups.
I'm going to turn to Nadaba, if you can provide the history on that.
Through Madam Chair, thank you, Maya. Thank you, Trustee, for that question. What happens is the ministry provides, through the GSN, a grant for community use of school, which is based on enrollment numbers. For TDSB, we usually get between 3.2 and 3.8. So we get to know that when the ministry eventually discloses that budget, that is where the subsidy comes from. So that 3 million that we normally get, that's what would actually cover the subsidy. And then the communities pay for the rest of the amounts.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just Mr. Idaba, just a follow-up question. Do we use up that funding on a yearly basis? Do we go over, or do we have surplus?
Through Madam Chair, unfortunately, we go extremely over.
Approximately how much do we go over?
I will have to defer that to Maya. I think the report for that is goes through accounting.
Just a ballpark number, through Madam Chair, will be fine. I don't need an exact. I just kind of want to understand what situation we're in right now.
Through Madam Chair, I wouldn't do a ballpark number. I am more than happy to run a report and send it to Maya if finance can't provide that. But I can't provide that number over my head.
Okay, all good. Thank you. Does our finance team, through Madam Chair, have a number just through interim financial reporting and outlook?
Through you, Madam Chair, our projected funding for next year for community use is just shy of 3.6 million.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, does that mean that we are on budget for this? Because I heard 3-point-something million from both Mr. Idaba and this. Are we saying that we're funded 3.6 and we're running the 3.6 on our expenditures as well?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe what Nadaba was saying is that we get this 3.6 million, we set our community use rates, however, the usage exceeds the rate we set, so therefore we are offering community use above the funding that we receive.
Okay, so I understand that. I guess my question to you, Mr. Snyder, is what is our current run rate on that line item? What are we spending to?
I don't have the information available with me right now to say what the total spend on community use was. We can get that, though. I think Executive Officer Ms. Jetty may have some information.
Thank you. So this year, while we're still in progress, 22-23 this year, in total, our community use is, I believe, 5.26 million, but I will turn to Manager Nadaba if you could confirm that for me.
For this subsidy, it's not the 5.3 million. That is actually the revenue generated, or should I say the permit fees collected from community. We don't have a subsidy report for the current year yet.
So through the chair, Trustee Lee, we will provide that information to trustees. We just don't have it available currently.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pichatti. Through you, Madam Chair, I can't have this conversation right now. I don't think it's appropriate for this committee to have this conversation without knowing what the current expenditure and run rate is. If we're funded 3.6 and we have already spent 5.8 and the year is not 100% over, we could be overshooting our target by $3 million, right? That's 30 headcount that we could divert elsewhere to anything that I think trustees and parents have been pushing for, and I think we need to provide the committee with a accurate or at least a reasonable outlook and a forecast for us to say, hey, look, we need to raise prices to cover our cost because we have exceeded our budget on the previous year by this much. So I with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I'd like to move a motion to refer this one back to staff.
I can second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to refer this back to staff. Do we have any questions on the motion? I guess Trustee Laskin?
Forgive me, Madam Chair, but I do not support referral. We worked on a policy that set parameters. We are following our policy in terms of the fee increases. If we don't like our policy, which dictates the rationale for why we increase fees on an annual basis, then we have to go back to the policy. But this report follows our policy on what's allowed for fee increase on an annual basis. So I do not understand the issue of referral. I do understand this policy. It increases it slightly because the costing has gone up. But we spent a lot of time in developing the policy so we would not have this conversation every year, and that our public who permits our schools would understand what our fee increases would be on an annual basis, so we didn't have to have this conversation every year. So I see no reason at all for deferral. We are following our policy, and I support this report, although I understand Trustee King's concerns that these increases are larger than in previous years, simply because the inflation, like the costs, have gone up. But I understand Trustee Lee's point, but that is a completely different point than this report that's here before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So Trustee McLean?
Thank you, and through the chair. And I've sat on the community use of schools committee and very familiar with the challenge that some of these fees create for some of these groups that are doing wonderful work in our community and providing tremendous services to families and young children quite often. But I guess my questions to the movers, what are we hoping that referral's going to show? Like, when we refer it back to staff, what are we hoping to get back to help us make the next decision? I'm not sure what we're looking for, what the objective of this is. Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, can I answer? Is that?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, through Madam Chair, Trustee McLean, I guess my biggest concern over this matter is, I get it, we're doing a fee increase, and the policy does say one thing, but I think when we look at a line item that we're spending money on, and the policy doesn't say that we have to overshoot our provincial subsidy by $3 million every year. Right? The policy says we need to provide subsidy to our students as per determined by the board.
No, it sets the parameters of the fee.
Sorry. I'd like to give Trustee Laskin the chance to make her comments.
Sorry, it's still Trustee McLean on the floor.
Okay, I'm okay yielding if Trustee Laskin would like to make a comment.
Okay, we can come back to that, but Trustee McLean, do you have further questions?
Did he?
You still have the floor.
Well, he didn't. I wasn't as clear. Did he? Sorry. If that's the answer I'm going to get, I guess. If he's done with that, I think there was.
I'm not. Sorry, Trustee McLean. I'm not 100% done. I just wanted to make sure that Trustee Laskin had a chance to make her comment before I completed my response.
I too am willing to yield to Trustee Laskin if that's what we're doing.
No, but
sorry.
Sorry. We have a
it's the
speaker.
chair.
Let's have a speakers list. We have a speakers list. So please, Trustee McLean, you had a question for Trustee Lee. So
yeah, I'm just.
Trustee Lee, finish your.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I just think when it comes to every decision that we have to make, we have to demonstrate that we understand what we're doing. When we have a line item that we're spending on, and we're approving a price increase on this line item, but we don't actually know how much we're spending, how do we know whether or not we should increase? Maybe we're underspending, right? And we don't have to increase next year because we're not subsidizing enough. Maybe we're overspending, and then we're in a different problem. And perhaps we need to look into the policy to see if there are mechanisms that allows us to increase more. It's just the discussion that we have to have. This is public money. We're a public board. We're responsible for making decisions that concern not only dollars that are assigned to us, but also the support that our students get, because the dollars can go either here or somewhere else. And also it's people's jobs that we're talking about here. So I'm very uncomfortable making a decision on anything when we don't know what we're spending on, just on principle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my follow-up becomes, if you want to look at the numbers annually to determine whether the increase is appropriate or not appropriate, I guess to Trustee Laskin's point, shouldn't you then try to modify the policy so that instead of tying it directly one-dimensionally to the consumer price index, that we look at it in a more complicated, a more thorough, holistic approach, and look at that when the policy review comes along?
Trustee McLean, I take your position. I understand your question, but once again, to respond to your concerns, my concern with this is that I am deeply uncomfortable in making a decision on a budget line item when we don't know what the budget line item outlook is. I think it speaks to the credibility of our board. It speaks to the responsibility that we hold as this committee to understand what the budgets are and what the outlook of a financial line item is when we talk about something. I do not feel comfortable approving a rate increase on something that I don't know when I don't know how much I'm spending on it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So thank you. Through the chair, I'm just seeking clarification. So the policy does speak to a fee increase based on CPI. And then if I can clarify, your concern, Trustee Lee, is that the subsidy that we're providing may be more than the funding that we're receiving, and that's a budget discussion. So I'm wondering if we follow I'm just trying to separate the fee increase, which is the base fee, versus the subsidy which we're providing, which can be adjusted not in accordance necessarily with this policy.
I'm happy to follow any recommendation from staff, but I just think when we talk about this, we need to understand as a system what the details of our own operations are before we start the discussion. No. Thank you.
So we're back to Trustee, sorry? Okay, so we'll come back to you because we have.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think Associate Director Zucker made the point crystal clear This is a report on a fee increase according to our policy. It is not discretionary. We have to follow our policies, and the policy says, and it's very clear right in the report, that we determine that on September 1st each year, subject to board approval, the recommendation within the policy is that the fees are adjusted, and the fees are adjusted to the consumer price index. That is our policy, and that is what this report is here to say. I think and there are categories within the policy, and some of those are subsidized policies. So if we want to put a limit on the amount of subsidy, then that's a budget discussion. And for me, that's completely separate and apart from the report that's before us tonight, which is following our procedure, letting our permit groups know what the fee increase for September is, aligned with our policy. So that's why I don't support referral, because we have policies for a reason. We have to follow them and give our public notice. That's what this report is. Yes, it potentially has budget implications. We actually want to make money from our permits. It's one of the few areas in the board that we can make money from. That's a separate conversation than a fee increase. So I'd really like to separate that conversation, and that's why I don't support referral back to staff for this. This is exactly what staff is obligated to do according to board policy. At least that's my understanding of governance, and I'd be very happy if staff confirm or completely tell me I'm out to lunch. Thank you.
I don't see anybody volunteering to call you out on that. So the next on the speakers list, we have Trustee Shan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so that I understand, the 6.3% is effectively calculated to be CPI, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, that is the amount.
Okay, and what was the increase of percentage last time we did this last year? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, it was around 5%. Appendix B, I think, would show that. Just turn to Manager Nadaba if you have that handy. Do you remember? It was around 5%, I think, last year.
Through Madam Chair, last year was 5.7%.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of consistent with our increase. My question is, I understand through you, Madam Chair, that we don't have the numbers of how much we are overspending this year on subsidies. But do we have the number from last year? I guess that's 2021, 2022, as to how much money we spent over the provincial allocation for this.
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't have that information with us tonight. We can try to put something into Trustee Weekly. It'll take a little bit of work working with permits to determine the revenue that was received for subsidies last year, and then do the calculation versus the funding.
Okay, so if I'm following the rationale of this is basically following the policy as it is, from Trustee Laskin's point of view, would an amendment of, saying 3% increase would be ruled out of order, I'm assuming, if that is the case, or would that still be in order? If there was an amendment that said 3% or 8% or 9%, would that be, through you, Madam Chair, or to you, Madam Chair, maybe when you could answer this, would that be considered out of order?
Yes.
Sorry, we're on a motion to refer this to staff, back to staff.
Yes, yes, Madam
So
Chair.
that wouldn't be in alignment with this, and I believe it would actually be in opposition to what Trustee Lee is trying to get at.
No, I mean, the reason I'm asking is that if it would be out of order to amend it, it would make sense for a trustee to decide whether to vote in favor or against. So in order for me to decide whether I vote in favor of a referral or not, I would like to know if an amendment to this as a change to the percentage, whether it's higher or lower, would that be considered out of order?
I think so, but because it's the recommended amount is tied to a policy. Yes. Sorry, our policy indicates that we increase by the consumer price index each year. So that's the policy direction, and that this for the coming year is 6.3%.
So this, my clarification then is, even if we had the information that Trustee Lee is asking for today, we would still not be able to change this percentage higher or lower, which makes this particular request relevant but not related to this, if I'm correct.
Yes, that's my understanding. The 6.3% would not change without a policy or review. The setting the fee, the base fee, would be the other part. So the 6.3% would stay the same. Changing the fee subsidy would be that would be the other question that would be a budget conversation. Keeping in mind that we are not allowed to make money, so on community use of schools, we can only do cost recovery, so there's a limited fee structure. So the discussion would really be, if this referral passed, the future discussion would be, are we going to change the subsidy for nonprofit groups?
Thank you, ma'am. So as it is, if I understand correctly, the recommendation that is being put forward is based on a policy that's been passed. If we have to change this recommendation, it would mean a change to the policy, which would not technically be able to happen now as a part of a policy change process. But additional information as related motions arising from business arising from this matter could be asked as a way to get more information to determine in future some of the things that we're talking about around whether we need to cap the subsidy or whether we need to, create another class of, categories and so on as a policy change would be something that would be separate from this. Just to confirm if that's right, then thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I believe that's correct. And I'm seeing nods in the room. Okay, next we have Trustee King.
Thank you, through the chair. I would agree, rather than referral, I think that Trustees McLean and Trustee Laskin really captured it well. I think that maintaining the integrity of this policy with the increase by the consumer price index, but then having a separate opportunity upon review to consider whether or not this is the only variable or if there's just any other approach that we might want to consider. So thank you for that perspective to both colleagues.
Thank you. And we have Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a clarification. Have we notified the permit holders about this increase?
Thank you, and through the chair. So what we have done, Trustee Patel, is we did let the members of CUSAC, that's the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee, CUSAC, we did let them know that there was a report coming to FBAC regarding the fee increase. We did not tell them what the fee increase was going to be, but we did indicate that the report would be on today's agenda and would be available to the public. Upon approval of this report, that is when we would let the permit requesters know two things. Not only that they can now start to request permits for the 23-24 school year, but that there will be this increase to the fee when they submit for their 23-24 permits.
Thank you. So for my understanding and what I heard from conversation from my colleagues, this is not just report. This is an actual increase. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, that's all for me for now.
Pass the chair to you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Could staff confirm when do we typically release the permit applications for the fall or the coming school year? And so what are our permit holders expecting in terms of knowing when they can start permitting, planning for pricing, things like that?
Thank you. Through the chair, it is in fact this time of year that we typically would open up for applications for the coming school year.
So, okay, so our existing permit holders are expecting news and to be able to plan for the fall now.
Through the chair, our big concern is if we don't let people know and we delay, this will be very challenging for us to set up all the permits and get them organized. It takes a fair amount of work to do that, and our permit user groups are very anxious to get these things settled in advance. So delaying further into the early summer would be problematic.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Next on, we come back to Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify two things, and I'm not, I am able to be convinced to withdraw the motion, as I understand a lot more on the explanations given, but I am still confused on two questions. So if the opportunity to change the subsidy still exists through the budget process, how can we predictably tell our permit holders or applicants what their pricing is going to be right now, if our intention is to release it?
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. So, Trustee Lee, I just need to clarify. Are you removing the referral? We're only.
I'm happy to consider removing it, but I just need two clarification questions, right? So the first clarification question is to your previous question, Madam Chair. If we are planning to release pricing to our permit holders now, but there can still be a process to which the level of subsidy is changed, how is that possible to do in a predictable way? What if we release pricing today and change the subsidy before the budget process is over?
I'm going to pass this to staff because I think timing would be challenged.
Can we also stop the clock if you might? Thank you.
Sorry.
So through the chair, Trustee Lee is correct. We would be releasing the information currently to say that the subsidy would be being reviewed. So we would give them that information to let them know that the amount could possibly change. But in certainty, we wouldn't be able to do that until the subsidy was confirmed, if that was the direction of trustees to review it.
Sorry, my network cut out for a little bit. I apologize for my poor quality network. Does that mean that we'll tell them that here's the pricing for now, but it might change?
We could do that, or the other option would be to review it so that the update could be made the following year. If we were concerned about providing actual fees at this time.
Okay, I just think we need to really look at this process just because we're in the budget cycle now and this decision actually impacts this budget cycle. What we're actually saying is if we're running to 6 million on a $3 million target, what we're actually saying right now from what I'm hearing is we have already committed in our budget to subsidize another $3 million to community operators who use our schools without the trustees, really approving it. Because how we are operationalizing this commits us to it.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We actually have in our proposed budget a permit, like an allocation in income that's in one of the reports. So staff have told us what they are expecting from permits.
Sorry, point of order. I just don't think that's a point of order. I appreciate Trustee Laskin's commentary, but I don't think that I broke any bylaws with my question.
You said staff haven't told us.
Okay, sorry. I would like us to back up for a minute. Okay, do we have, sorry, could staff clarify where that information is in the budget reports?
So through the chair, as indicated, the revenue that we receive for community use of schools is projected. The costs related to community use of schools are all of the operating costs of our schools, because what it is an amount that is based on cost recovery. So we don't separate out the costs specifically. And then the revenue would include the reduction related to the subsidy.
Yeah, and to you, the three, Madam Chair, I don't believe seeing a line item that specifically tells us that we will be negative $3 million with projections in the upcoming school year. And the reason why I say that is because to my question earlier, when I asked staff what our current projection is, we weren't able to answer that question either, right? So I don't think that was clearly communicated to the board. So I appreciate Trustee Laskin's positioning. I don't agree with Trustee Laskin's thoughts on this one. So anyways, I'm willing to move away from this. Just I would recommend for staff to, give us bring this process into the meetings way earlier in the next cycle. I don't think we need to get stuck on this. The second question is, if there's a policy that says we can't change what's here, right? If the policy says, and by the way, the slide is wrong. We're not on York Memorial. If the policy says we have to increase by CPI and we can't change anything, can I ask just three, Madam Chair, to anyone who might be able to answer, why is this here for approval and not for receipt? Because we're not actually approving anything if we can't decline it.
That is a good question. That is a good question. I believe the policy says that the board sets the fee, so that might be the issue.
But I'm sorry, the policy can either say we have to do it by CPI or we have discretion. It can't say both.
Correct.
I have to remind the chair, I apologize.
Thank you. I'm just looking at staff and there's nodding.
Thank you through the chair, point taken, and that will be adjusted moving forward.
Three, Madam Chair, can we change that? Can we change this one to here for receipt? I have no concerns to receive, no concerns receiving this. I just have concerns approving something that I don't understand and can't decline.
Yeah, sorry. It is in front of us for recommendation. Sorry, just confirming. Yes, sorry, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, please. I'd like to, three, Madam Chair, make an amendment to change this item from a approval to a receipt.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Shan. Do we have any questions or comments on that motion? Trustee Earhart?
I'll just read what we have online, which is a policy that was revisited in 2018. And it's section 6.18. Fees will be applied in accordance with the fee schedule approved by the board. Fee schedule approved by the board. So I believe the question is it the fee schedule that we approve once and then subsequently adjust? And so its fees will be applied in accordance with the fee schedule approved by the board and subsequently adjusted annually by the Consumer Price Index. The fee schedule, including pool fees, will be posted on the board website and will be included in the community use of board facilities procedure. And so to me, in reading that, I feel it could be applied either way. I feel like FBEC and the board could vote every year, or it could be referred to staff. So I just wanted to offer the language just for us to see it and hear it of what we're talking about, which is that I believe that this staff brought to us a report that applied the policy for us to approve, which would be an approval of posting the updated fee schedule as being applied according to our board policies. So to me, I think it's fine to approve it personally. I think it's also fine if there's a strong view to refer it to committee because it's not super explicit. And it's something that can be revisited if we feel it needs to be made very explicit, but I think it's okay either way, personally. I hope that's helpful.
Anybody else? I'll pass the chair.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so I agree with Trustee Earhart that what I see in the report is that correct me if I'm wrong, this report was last approved in 2012? I think that was the fee schedule? Or 2018?
Point of...
or something was set in
Chair,
2012, that's in the report.
If I may, just because I'm reading the report on the website, it says October 24th, 2018. It was last updated.
So 2018. Does anybody know off the top of their heads when this policy is coming up for review next? I don't recall it.
Madam Chair, Maya, thank you so much. It is in the next round of policies that would, I think because of COVID, we are running a year behind. And when I looked at the schedule, we should be bringing this policy P011 around January 2024, anytime from December this year, I would say. But because of COVID, I know I have received it. We are close to more than 12 months away before we can review it because I think the board is running some time behind due to those 2 years.
Okay, so according to our schedule, this is coming in the next cycle of
It's coming within the next 12 months.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I agree that the CPI component seems to me to be something that should be received. And that we might need to review when this policy comes due, the actual fee structure. Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
I'll pass the chair back, and there's a couple more people on the list.
Okay, so who's next? Trustee McLean.
Thank you, through the chair. I support receipt and acknowledge that if it's vague, then we should tighten it up in the next policy review cycle when we look at it. We don't want, we want our, to be specific and it be clear what our policy is. So that policy is taken. So I'm good with receipt. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lee.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the committee's patience on this and apologize for taking time. I just want to say, I'm either okay with receiving it because it is according to the policy, or if, we want to take the stance to say that, what, the policy does say that the committee can change it because we are setting the fee schedule, then in which case I think we really should refer it back so that we can have more information. Because I have heard from Trustee King and maybe Trustee Shan, I'm not sure if I fully understand what you meant, that there could be, thoughts or indications that we would want to amend this if there is a mechanism to do so, right? So I'll leave it. I think, Madam Chair, I'll leave it to you to guide the committee on what to do next. But once again, my position is this: if this number can be changed right now, I'd like to refer it back to staff for a more comprehensive report so that we know what we're, the decision that we're making. If we cannot change it because we, interpret the policy as saying it says CPI, therefore it's CPI, then let's receive it so that we don't have to debate this. Because in all instances, we are not approving. Thank you.
I think a motion's on the floor, and it's up to the committee to vote on that. Sorry, Trustee McLean seconded. Yes? No, sorry.
I'm done.
Sorry?
I'm done.
I second. Yeah, Trustee
Oh,
Shan.
sorry, Trustee Shan. I'm sorry. Yes, Trustee Shan seconded. Okay, so we don't have any more speakers to this. So could we open the vote on changing this to receive? Do we need to vote twice?
Trustee McLean enthusiastically supports.
Thank you, Trustee McLean.
Trustee Lee says ditto.
Shan in favor.
Okay, so that carries. Sorry, did we just moved on to the next item? Okay, good, thank you. So that has been received, and the next item on the agenda is 5.8, York Memorial Collegiate Institute Project Update. And who's taking this?
Thank you. The chair, I'll ask Executive Officer Pachetti to speak to this.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. So the purpose of this report is to provide a project update on the restoration and rebuilding of York Memorial Collegiate Institute.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Sorry, I apologize. Point of order. Did we actually vote on? We voted on the amendment. Did we actually vote on the receiving the previous report? I apologize if I've asked a silly question.
Nope. Our expert governance staff say, no, we changed it to a receipt, and so we've received it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I apologize for the interruption.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. So as trustees will recall, the York Memorial facility caught fire in May 2019, and initial restoration work started in February 2020. Construction is still ongoing. And in January 2022, the ministry approved the consolidation of York Memorial and George Harvey for a 1,300 pupil place combined school. So the project is divided into 3 phases, and those phases are described in the report. Phase 1, which is the ongoing remediation, stabilization, and reconstruction. Phase 2 is the reconstruction of the original York Memorial School building, including the heritage elements. And Phase 3 is the expansion of the facility to accommodate the consolidated schools by converting the existing Trethewey and Annex buildings. So the report goes on to provide some current status where we are in Phase 1 of the construction. One thing to point out, this project is governed by site or by heritage designation and a heritage conservation plan. And that all of that has been submitted and approved by the city. And we are now in the process of getting our building permits released for this project. So that portion of the work has taken time, but happily we're well on our way with that. The project is no longer following a construction management approach. Instead, we are going to follow a typical stipulated sum contract and competitive bidding process to award the Phase 2 and Phase 3 work to a general contractor. So this will simplify the approval process with the ministry, and it will also help bring some clarity for us as we negotiate with the insurers in terms of like, kind, and quality. So in September 2022, the board did approve extending the existing contracts with the consultants and also the general contractors, so that the general contractor could go from doing emergency work to what is now the restoration work contained in Phase 1. And our goal is to have the Phase 1 work completed such that when the new contractor comes on the site, they can begin the Phase 2 and Phase 3 work. The funding for this project comes from 3 sources: capital priorities funding, insurance proceeds, and some proceeds of disposition. Our intention is, as the project nears design completion, we will get a cost estimate, and we will be following the same process that we do with other capital projects, in that we will be submitting that information to the ministry, seeking approval to proceed for the Phase 2 and Phase 3 construction. We do have a PowerPoint presentation to show you a little bit of what the project will look like, because I think there's a lot of interest as to the heritage components of this project. So if we could turn to Manager Prosen, and she can provide you with that update.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to share an overview of the York Memorial Collegiate Institute school reconstruction. This is a very special project, deeply rooted in history, as Maya has pointed out, and we have a large team of consultants, contractors, TDSB staff, TLC staff, and the insurance team working together to rebuild the YMCI into a new modern facility. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. The YMCI is located at 2690 Eglinton Avenue West at the intersection of Eglinton and Chisui Drive, which is a new location of the Keelsdale LRT station as well. The YMCA facility is highlighted in red in this slide, with the school in the center, the community center on the left, and the administration buildings on the right. Next slide. Tragically, the YMCI caught fire in 2019 of May. This drone image shows the most catastrophic physical damage was really at the center of the school. Next slide. Through the incredible efforts from 2019 to 2021, the engineers and contractors sifted through the collapsed building and safely removed the fire damaged materials and structure, while at the same time shoring and saving parts of the building that could be stabilized and reused. Next slide. In January 2022, the Ministry of Education approved funding for the new consolidated school at this facility that would not only include YMCI, but also George Harvey CI students. The combined school of 1,300 students will sit on a large site with expansive athletic fields. The first school was built here in 1929 to honor those who fought in World War I. Over the years, the 1929 school was expanded to include many additions and the 2 administration buildings you see here named Trisui and Annex. Now this whole site is being rebuilt for the YMCI and George Harvey community, changing the administration buildings to school use with many modern upgrades, including accessibility upgrades and enhanced program spaces. Next slide. The facade remnants of the damaged school were retained with their structure from the first and second floors, while the third was removed in its pieces, salvaged for rebuilding at a later point. In this comparison, the two images that you see in front of you, you can see the extent of salvaging and stabilization work that took place in 2019. Next slide. The historic building has been under wraps for a long time, but behind the tarps and scaffolding, skilled conservators, contractors, and craftspeople are rebuilding the structure and walls. The phase one of this work is ongoing and includes the stabilization of the front tower. Next slide. The engineered rebuilding has gone on for over a year using new and salvaged material from the fire site. Next slide. Each salvaged piece of the burned structure that could be reused is being cataloged, repaired, and is close to being ready for reconstruction of the collapsed portions of the facade. Next slide. Some of the very unique elements of this building exist in the interior. The very finely decorated auditorium collapsed when the steel structure melted during the fire. Immediately following the fire, the consultants went into the charred site before full demolition occurred to gather every remnant of the interior that was possible. Next slide. Remarkably, enough of the fragments of the stained glass windows were able to be picked from the rubble, and that the team could rebuild and reconstruct the windows using the original and new hand-painted glass. Next slide. But this project is not just about old things being reconstructed from the ashes. It is about creating a new, unique future for the education that combines old and new, YMCI and George Harvey, with a state-of-the-art approach to education. The reimagined auditorium seen in this slide combines the historic details of the commemorative site with modern state-of-the-art systems for performance of all types. And this is a very unique condition among schools in the City of Toronto. The auditorium is being designed by some of the best-known consultants in Canada in the fields of theater, performance spaces, and music. The historic interior will showcase modern interventions, new rake seating, and a double height space that will become really the centerpiece for the whole school. Next slide. These architectural drawings show the school in its reconstructed form from basement to the fourth floor of the Trisui building. It helps us understand how expansive the new footprint is and shows how each floor is linked by continuous horizontal and vertical circulation, including new elevator that provides barrier-free access to all floors. The old school and the new Trisui building are linked together for the whole facility to function as one integrated school. Next slide. The lowest level that you see here has the new gyms and change rooms that are linked to the athletics field. Next slide. The first floor is the main entry and has multiple entries around the building. It contains the shared gym, the admin offices, the special ed classrooms. This level also contains the large cafeteria at the corner of Trisui and Eglinton, seen here in blue. Also, the new annex building with double height spaces for automotive technology and construction technology. Next slide. The second floor has the reconstruction of the historic 1929 building, including its corridors, foyer, stairs, and auditorium. The school, in its addition on this floor, features the art rooms, double height auditorium, the learning commons in the Trisui, and the electric and robotics workshop in the annex new building. Next slide. The top floor of the school is science themed, and the annex at this level contains multimedia, communication technology, and computer education. Next slide. The last floor, the fourth floor of the Trisui building, is dedicated to classrooms and is the uppermost floor of the facility. Next slide. Extensive construction has already been completed in the community center and gym. The yellow and purple areas that are shaded in this slide shows areas with ongoing design and construction work. The renovations at Chisui and Annex is currently under design, and the construction is anticipated to start in early 2024. Next slide. This is a high-level project timeline. Currently, the project is being completed sequentially to expedite work on site, with portions of the building in design, while other parts are already in construction. Construction of the entire project is anticipated to be completed by summer of 2026, with the new consolidated school moving in September of 2026. Next slide. The historic YMCA is being rebuilt to the most modern educational standards. It will be unified in its rebuilding, linked by corridors, double height spaces, cafeteria, new gymnasiums, learning commons, and open courtyards to Trisui and the brand new Annex building. This will be a state-of-the-art school for arts and culture, for athletics and academics, for modern technology and practical education, and as such will be a landmark in the city of Toronto for generations to come. Thank you.
So first on the list, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you. Through the chair, I had the pleasure of attending the local meeting where the presentation was made, and the community and a lot of the school community was present. And there was, if I'm remembering correctly, there was some question about one of the walls having being poorly lit and they were considering the options of potentially added windows to the side, and the thought that may require PODs. And I'm wondering, because there's a POD reference in here, whether that came, is that part of this expenditure? Was that looked at, and what was the final determination with regards to those?
So thank you, Trustee McLean, through the chair. The cladding around the Trisui building has very narrow windows. They're long, slot-like windows, nothing like what you would normally find in a school. So you're absolutely right. We are exploring options to create larger window openings. We are not at the point yet of having concluded that investigation and understanding what the costs would be. But when we're at that point, it will be part of our discussions with the ministry to see if we can seek additional funding, or if the ministry would turn around and ask us to use proceeds of disposition. The other thing about the Trisui cladding is there's very little insulation. So there is a cost benefit to doing a better cladding system, but there are other factors we have to look at. For example, the structure of the building and what we can do with the existing structure.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Trustee Dawson.
Actually, I don't have a question. My question was answered in the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Given the lots of media attention over the last little while about York Memorial, I'm wondering if this presentation may be adapted slightly. Can it be provided for students? Like, can there be a session for all the students on what's happening with the old school and what it's going to look like and how it's going to be a first-rate facility? You know what I mean? Just to again reiterate the value and the hope we have for all our students. I'm wondering if staff have considered that, because this was an excellent presentation. I love the visioning and I love to see it, especially from the ashes, right? And I'm just wondering if symbolically, if staff have given any thought to actually presenting this to students through you. I mean, I know parents and community get it, but actually to students, and even feeder schools, through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you very much through the chair for that suggestion. I would open the floor and ask if Executive Superintendent Dr. Robinson has any comments that he would like to make.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the suggestion. I think it's an excellent one. I think as we conclude this year and going into next year, we can take some time to adapt a presentation of this nature to anticipate. We're mindful of the fact that many of the students that are currently at the school won't be necessarily at that new school during the 2026-2027 year. And at the same time, I know that there would be interest. So thank you for bringing that forward, and we certainly will consider it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the feeder, sorry, Madam Chair, just to follow up, I think to show the feeder schools, I think would also be really exciting. And I hope, I know we put a lot of things on our long-term program and accommodation study, search all reviews under other. I'm not sure if this is there, but I think it would be great to be there. And I also think it would be great to send to Toronto Life magazine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we appreciate all of those suggestions, particularly providing a vision of what the school will be that young people who are in middle school and elementary school may attend. So thank you very much for those suggestions.
Next on the list, we have Trustee Rajkulasingham.
Thank you through the chair. I'm really happy to hear about the updates happening around York Memorial. I know how important the school and its history is to the local community. So it's really great to hear kind of what's happening there. I just had one quick question. So knowing that this is going to be a consolidated site with York Memo and George Harvey, I was happy to see in the report that there would be specific program features unique to George Harvey that is going into the school. Just looking at kind of that shared identity, are we at a place where we know kind of how we're going to respect both school cultures and identities through representation of that's happening around the school? Have we had those conversations yet? And are we speaking to maybe the current students there now and taking their feedback? Just wondering around kind of outside of the school as a building, just the identity that the school is going to carry and how that's going to look as a consolidated state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would invite Executive Superintendent Dr. Robinson to reply, please.
Again, through the chair, thank you very much for what you've just shared. We currently have had opportunities to talk to students to get their voices as they are in their current building. We also know that including those students to give comments around what they are looking for as they move towards the new building. As the report indicates, we will ensure that there is indeed a comprehensive program suite for students at the new school. So to the point that you're making, we certainly will be including students as well as others in the community in order to ensure that that situation, that place, that new building will indeed represent the community well. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I really appreciate that because I think allowing all students to have that sense of ownership and connection to their school building would increase their sense of belonging. And I'm really happy to hear that we're engaging current students to see, you know, what we're doing well and what's missing and kind of where they'd like to see that, you know, representation and identity going. Thank you so much. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. I don't see anybody further on the list. So could I get a mover and a seconder for this? Trustee McLean, Trustee Chernos-Lynn, and could we open the vote, please?
Trustee Lisi in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shan in favor.
Patel is in favor.
McLean in favor.
Yes. Oh, and that carries. Next on the list, we have the extended day program review.
Associate Director Salmon to speak to this report, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. It's our pleasure to bring before you this particular report with respect to the extended day program. This particular review was a request that was made by trustees to us dating back to January 23rd at the FBEC meeting. In that particular meeting, trustees passed a motion which directing the director to review the TDSB EDP extended day program against other extended day or before and after school programs, including models, staffing, practices, costs, programming, best practices, and report back to the board. This particular report is effectively a comparison of some of the various extended day programs that are situated within the province. There are two others, one that is located in the Waterloo region and another one in the Ottawa-Carleton area. The review takes you through a comparison of those particular programs with respect to the TDSB. The key point and conclusion of this particular report is that the EDB program will continue to operate at the 22 current locations. Expansion will be limited to the current locations until we are in a position around cost recovery, and some of the financing is provided in the appendices that are provided. The last part is that, of course, where there are exceptional circumstances, such as where plans have been put in place for new schools, there would be the possibility for expansion in those particular areas, but we really want to be able to get to a point of cost recovery with respect to this particular programming. I'm joined this evening online by Executive Superintendent Lynn Strangway and by the Senior Policy Advisor Liz Wang, who's going to take us through some more detailed information. Liz?
Thank you. And through the chair, there are currently 3 types of programs that provide before and after school programs in the TDSB. Those are extended day programs, licensed childcare programs, and authorized recreational and skill building programs. When we look at the landscape of before and after school programs within our board, EDP is a smaller piece of the puzzle, with childcare providing the bulk of programming, followed by authorized recreation and skill building programs. The extended day program provides before and after school programs to over 850 students across 22 schools, with many of these schools located in high priority neighborhoods. The EDP was developed in 2018 at a time where the childcare community faced a number of sector-wide challenges that limited their ability to support the growing demand for before and after school programs. The TDSB is one of only 3 public school boards that operate an extended day program. As mentioned earlier, the other 2 school boards are Ottawa-Carleton District School Board and Waterloo Region District School Board. In all other public school boards across the province, before and after school programs are operated by third-party childcares and authorized recreation programs. The EDP program delivery across the 3 school boards is similar, but there are some key differences that are important to note. Both Ottawa and Waterloo developed their extended day programs in 2010 when full day kindergarten and the duty for before and after school programs was introduced. These school boards also converted their programs to licensed childcare in 2022 following the introduction of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare System. It's important to note that prior to licensing their extended day program, Ottawa was already operating their own childcare programs for preschool children, making the licensing process for their extended day program a bit more seamless. We also know that when Waterloo transitioned their extended day program to a licensed childcare model, they received funding from their service system manager to support the initial transition costs, and this additional funding is not available to the TDSB. While EDP plays a significant role in providing important early learning and care services for children and families, it's important to note that this program provides a mechanism for the board to meet its legislative duty under the Education Act for before and after school programs. And through the measures mentioned earlier and a phased approach to fee increases and limiting expansions during this time, we anticipate that the extended day program will reach cost recovery by 2025.
So that ends our particular presentation. We welcome any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Laskin?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. Thank you for that. Are there plans, once it reaches cost recovery, to expand the program?
Through the chair, yes, that is the plan.
And is there an actual plan, because 2025 isn't that far off, where schools get to apply, or we look at other factors, or staff suggest which schools, and has the childcare community been involved in that conversation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, through the Early Years and Childcare Services Department, there is an annual survey that goes out to all schools that do not have a before and after school program. When that survey shows that there is enough interest, demand, and viability, new programs are developed. So that is how the community consultation happens with new programs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Earhart?
Thanks so much, through the chair, and apologies, I'll be turning my back to you. I wanted, just building off of Trustee Laskin's question, I wanted to ask how we assess sufficient demand. Is it standardized throughout, or how do we make that call after we receive the survey results? Thank you.
Through the chair, we look at sufficient demand in terms of viabilities. The before and after school programs are legislated for school boards to carry out under the Education Act, but there is no funding for school boards to operate the programs. So it is about having a large enough threshold to make the program financially viable. Typically, it's 30 children for childcares and extended day programs.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I wanted to ask about the child's experience and how it may be different at a TDSB-based extended day program versus or at Waterloo or Ottawa. So I'm just wondering if we could be walked through that experience. Like, they're brought into not their classroom setting and not with their teacher or their ECE that they would be with in kindergarten or their grade school class. And just how does it work essentially here versus how does it work day to day there from the experience of the student? Thank you.
Through the chair, that's a fantastic question, and I'm happy to share some information about that. With the extended day program across the 3 public boards that offer the program, the programming is somewhat similar in terms of delivery. We have, instead of having staff support at the beginning of the day, then have the school staff come in during the course part of the day, and at the end of the day, we have overlapping shifts with early childhood educators, so they provide some seamless programming and connectivity to the school day. In terms of what the programs look like, these programs follow all ministry and board policies and procedures and programming and pedagogy. So some of the big drivers for us as we look at how we develop program is looking to the foundational documents of how does learning happen in the kindergarten program.
Thank you. And is that similar to how it happens in Waterloo or Ottawa in terms of the day? Like, is there an overlapping ECE for the students in those boards as well? Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, it is the same. This is the model that was recommended by Dr. Charles Pascal as he put forward the introduction of full-day kindergarten with our best future in mind. So that is the model that all 3 school boards are using.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass the chair. Oh, sorry, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. And through the chair, do we collect waitlist data for the extended day programs?
Through the chair, yes, we do have wait lists for the extended day programs.
No, but do we collect the data as to how many are on a wait list?
Through the chair, yes, we have that information.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, yes, I'll pass the chair.
I'll take the chair now.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One is continuing from Trustee Earhart's question. Can you explain how a seamless day is achieved for children grade 1 and up?
Through the chair, yes. Certainly a different experience for those children who are not with those early childhood educators during the day, but certainly some really great opportunities for connections as those designated early childhood educators work within the school and have built some relationships with the other teaching staff within the school.
So can I assume that would be the same in a larger school with kids coming from multiple different kindergarten classes?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thanks. My other questions are around the cost and cost recovery. So with the information that's in the report, I'm kind of struggling to understand how we are at a $647,000 deficit in our program, despite the fact that our fees are significantly higher than the other 2 boards that have this program, and our staff to student ratios are lower. Sorry. We have more kids per staff in our ratios than they do. So I'm looking at, so why are our costs so out of whack? That puts us in that kind of deficit for this program. And then how much, over the next couple of years, how much are fees going to have to increase to make these programs break even? Because $35 a day is already quite expensive.
So thank you, and through the chair, part of what we've anticipated is at this point in time, our costs would go up by approximately 7.5%, which represents the amount of funds based on inflation and also cost recovery. So that's initially what our cost would be going up at this point in time. Do you want to make reference to the other part?
Thank you. Through the chair, the costs are, there certainly is a difference between the different boards, and these are all based on the operational cost of the model outside of staffing. I'd like to draw your attention to, in this report, that there are some differences between the models. Within the models, although there are all operated by boards, there are different staffing units and different collective agreements, and also different agreements with the service system managers. as mentioned earlier, Waterloo Region District School Board was able to access some funding to initially transition the program to a licensed model, and that startup funding is not available in Toronto. So there are situations like that.
And if I can also add, the reality is, based on our collective agreements, the cost for staff input relative to other places outside of the city is significant. The labor costs are significant higher. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And by cost differences, I'm looking at their school-age kids that would not fall under the CWEL agreement. I guess we will see. Sorry, so it was 7.5% increase. Is that per year or is that total?
That's our expectation for this coming year based on inflation and based on labor inputs. So that number is not a set number. That number would be determined each year. So it would vary.
Okay, so do we have a sense of how many years we're going to have to implement an increase? We said 2025, right? That it would be cost recovery. So roughly what that total increase might be? Just ballpark, like are we headed to $50 a day?
So through the chair, it's fascinating in asking that particular question. I would love to be able to provide an answer, but part of that answer is premised on inflation. And I look at what took place yesterday as far as the economy grew by 3.1%, and that increases may lead to increases in interest rates, that may lead to other increase in their costs. So we wouldn't be able to project or forecast into the future what those numbers would be, but we plan it on a year-by-year basis.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, are we also conveying this to the ministry? That this thing that they mandate and don't fund cost us a lot of money, and if it's not going to cost us a lot of money, it's going to cost parents a lot of money?
The team has, thank you, and through the chair, the team has been in ongoing conversation with the province and with the city, and they are certainly aware of the concerns that we have had, in particular this year as we've tried to negotiate the notion of CWEL and whether or not we'd move forward or not. We have been in constant communication with the province on these type of issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll see the chair back.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I am actually interested in understanding more about the plans to expand the extended day program. Even though that again the issue has been for some parents that it's getting to be really expensive, and then of course we are not working in the system where we can offer the equivalent of 10-day program. So what is the plan if we are going to expand the program?
Through the chair, although the extended day program is not eligible to be part of the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, all 22 sites are able to accept families with childcare fee subsidies provided through the City of Toronto.
So, thank you. So again, further question. So basically, we are talking about potential numbers of seats available in our program in the existing 22 schools, but we're not expanding the program to other schools. Is that the case?
Through the chair, that is correct, and I'm also going to ask Executive Superintendent Strangway to respond to this question. Ms. Strangway?
Through the chair, Liz had talked about every year the survey process, and when a program has enough interest and is viable, that we have an obligation to offer a program. So until we begin to expand EDP again, we offer those programs to our third-party childcare providers. We have many, you can see from the report, over 200 third-party childcare providers currently offering before and after school programs. We added on a number of them this year for new programs for next year, and we'll continue to do so.
So that options provided to register childcare operators in schools right now. So in with all the schools that have these third-party operators, or what I'm trying to say is that, again, I know that as a process that parents are given a survey to indicate their interest in the program for upcoming school year. So what I'm asking is the survey being given to those schools that have existing extended day programs, or they will be given out to every single school, parents in all the school, or all the elementary schools?
So through the chair, to Trustee Wong, we survey in all the schools that don't currently have a before and after program every year.
I see. Okay, that's all I want to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're back to Trustee Dawson.
Hi, through the chair. Sorry, I was confused with my earlier question. So TDSB Extended Day is before and after care that we run as the TDSB. The waitlist I was talking about was for overall. So do we collect waitlist data on our overall extended day programs, including third party, through the chair?
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for that clarification, trustee. We do not collect waitlist data for our third-party partner programs. They manage their own waitlist and enrollment.
Okay. So again, through the chair, that is very concerning to me. I do think that we cannot demonstrate demand effectively if we don't have the full information, and that includes all waitlist information. I can use an example that I have one school with 30 child waitlist just in kindergarten, and that is just for the LEF program. There's another program in the building with a similar waitlist. So I think, I mean, if the province is requiring us to do something and we can't do it, we need to show them a fulsome picture of what we can't do. And that includes our third parties. So is it something that we would consider collecting? I would strongly consider a motion if it's not something that we would consider collecting voluntarily. Thank you. Through the chair.
Through the chair, there are some other factors involved in expanding existing programs. We are aware that within the childcare sector, they face a large number of challenges currently that prevent them for expanding where they wish to. This includes staffing challenges per se, as well as a number of other funding issues.
And thank you also through the chair. Part of the challenge is that third-party vendors, although we work collaboratively with them based on the service agreements that we have and the shared space agreements that we have in place. That being said, they are third-party vendors, so access to some of their information is actually at times can be confidential and a challenge for us to, we may not have jurisdiction over some of that particular information, as they would not have jurisdiction over the information that we have on our 22 sites. Thank you.
Okay. Through the chair, I have had zero trouble asking at any of my schools' third party what their wait list is. So I find it hard to believe that if we went with a case to them saying we would like to understand, and you know, these are third parties, but we are accountable to our students. We are accountable to them, and it sounds like by provincial guidelines, we are accountable to them to provide this programming. So whether it be through our own means or third party, to me is irrelevant. We need to demonstrate the demand, and that includes a fulsome picture of the demand. So can we go to third parties and ask them to fill in information about their wait list? Through the chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will respond with some history on this issue. We have in the past asked childcare centers to provide us with information about their wait lists. They are not obligated to provide us with it, even though we do have leasing agreements and service agreements with them. They are responsible and accountable to the City of Toronto, who is their partial funders if they have a service agreement with the City of Toronto, which the majority of our third-party childcare providers possess. And so we can certainly ask the type of information we receive, specifically with regards to the timing of the wait list, the accuracy of the wait list, just based on human issues. They too are stretched in their personnel, and so we hate to put additional administrative burden on them. But in short, this is not information that they are in any way obligated to provide to the Toronto District School Board. I want to acknowledge that third-party childcare providers of before and after school programs are offering this program on behalf of the board and communities, and we try and maintain realistic relationships with them with regards to what they are able to offer to communities. They too struggle to find stable staffing. This is a split shift that often involves more precarious work in some childcare centers, and we respect that. So we hear that there is tremendous demand. We know that the City of Toronto, as the service system manager, continues to work with childcare operators to optimize the spaces that they are able to offer, but there are realistic limitations that the childcare sector continues to struggle with.
Thank you. That's helpful context. And, just to be clear, I understand their challenges with staffing. I mean, I have not spoken with any of the providers who have not been challenged by attracting and retaining staff. I just do think it's a compelling message to be able to say, even just as a soundbite around this, we have 5,000 open spots. We have 5,000 spots that we can't fill. Or sorry, it's late. We have 5,000 people on a wait list. Whatever the stat is, I just think it would be, because this situation's dire, and all I hear from the care providers, because I am trying, frantically to expand some of my programs, all I hear from them is they can, they're bracing themselves for the $10 a day because they won't have the staff. Like, there will be an increase in demand even more. So I'm just trying to think of, from an advocacy perspective, what information we could collect that would amplify the issue. That was the main purpose for my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would assume that staff can take this request back to the Early Years Advisory Committee and have a discussion with them, perhaps about how to work on advocacy and whether at this time the collection of waitlist data is a realistic ask of our childcare partners.
Okay, that's very fair. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry, I do have one more question based on what Trustee Dawson said. Have we ever surveyed parents directly? Because our childcare partners partly have wait lists because of staffing, but partly because expanding via the City of Toronto is really, really hard to do, especially if they're fee subsidy and they need city permission, which all of our partners would. That's not an easy process. I know I've worked with our partners in the schools in my area who've wanted to expand and have not gotten approval from the city of Toronto to do that. So I would, so their data would be important, but I think it would be limited in terms of the actual childcare demand. I don't know that we've ever done this. Parents have a myriad of different childcare providers. I would say at my kids' school, the third-party providers that are outside the school, that are picking up kids from school, are far surpassing what's available in the school right now. That might be a unique situation based on the size, but I can think of at least 6 different programs now that are in the neighborhood that are formal childcare programs, not home-based babysitters kind of things, but for-profit or not-profit organizations that pick up from the school. So I don't know, have we done that? Would that be feasible to actually survey parents as to what their demand is, what they're paying, what their challenges are?
Sorry, and through the chair, if we could just clarification on, have we surveyed all parents at one point in time?
Directly to parents. Like, do you need childcare? Do you have childcare? Do you need childcare? That kind of, what are the challenges?
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, our survey process really is in schools where we do not have a before and after school program. In those schools that have an existing program, we do work with those childcare operators to see what opportunities there are to expand when we learn about demand. But as we've heard today, sometimes there are a number of challenges that limit childcares from being able to expand with their best intentions.
And through the chair, and I think right now, the biggest one is the one that we're all very well aware of. It's around the actual staffing and finding appropriate staff. And I think at times there's also the challenge around the actual hours of operation with respect to the nature of the shifts that exist within the EDP program. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see the chair back. There's no one currently on the speakers list.
Okay. Trustee Earhart?
I'll just make a quick comment just to say thank you so much for this report. And I will say that knowing that this report would come to board, I did attended a school council meeting where I specifically said I wanted to hear about the extended day program in that school. And they had so many people come to the meeting because they were worried that they may lose their before care if the board started to discuss this. In places where we have put these programs, the need for the program is great, particularly as I have heard, for before care. And I think it's so important that this was created. I'm so happy to hear that despite the challenges, we're moving forward. And I look forward to hearing how we continue to work in close collaboration with the city and hopefully the province to expand childcare offerings in support of our students and the families. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, could I get a mover and a seconder to receive this report? Trustee Diabetes? I need a seconder. Trustee Laskin? Thank you. Could we open the vote?
Lee in favor.
Ann in favor.
That carries. Thank you very much. Next is item 5.10, proposed options to balance the 2023-24 budget.
Thank you, and through the chair, happy to bring this report forward. There will be a PowerPoint that goes up, but I'm just going to start with where we were previously, and that we are required to submit a balanced budget per Section 231 of the Education Act. So 1% without requiring permission from the ministry is about $28 million. However, as part of our 3-year deficit recovery plan, the plan committed to a $15.1 million deficit in 23-24. So again, just wanting to start with that as a reminder. The second reminder that I wanted to make, and if we go to the next slide, when we talked about the temporary COVID learning recovery funding that was provided in 21-22 and 22-23, we do know that, and this we've talked about it here, that it has been discontinued for 23-24. And currently, that $31.5 million funds 522 positions. And these 522 positions, 485 of them were school-based, and we did talk about them in March when we looked at the school-based staffing. And 37 of them are central positions. So those 37 central positions that have been currently reduced, and that's why I wanted to bring this reminder forward, because although we did talk about it in February, it may not be as clear as when we talked about it in March. So the 37 positions include 15 social workers, 16 child and youth counselors, and 6 virtual administration employees. The 23-24 GSN provides funding for the virtual school administration. It's a new allocation, but there is no additional funding for the social workers or the CYCs in 2023-24. And as a result, and as indicated in the February report, these 31 positions are not included in the 23-24 budget. And just for context, the total cost of those 31 positions is $3.7 million. So I just wanted to make sure that that understanding was there, because I think it is important for us to realize. So next, to go back to where we were on May 23rd in our options to balance, we did have a projected deficit that we started off with of $53.7 million. And that $53.7 million does include the $1.4 million related to the 10 elementary vice principals that were added back. We did present options to balance of $32.6 million at that time. And so our updated projected deficit that we're starting with today is $21.1 million. If we go to the next slide. So for when we're looking at our options to balance, we did have some good news this week. So we are, the special incidents portion of the special education allocation is a claims-based allocation, and it says that school boards may apply for SIP funding on behalf of students who require more than 2 full-time equivalent board-paid staff providing intensive support for their health and/or safety of the applicant student, other students, and/or staff. The deadline for application for the SIP claims is in December of the school year, and the supports must already be in place when submitting the claim. So it's not we get funding and then we add the support. It's we have that support, we submit a claim to get reimbursed. So the ministry, thanks to Associate Director Sarisco, and her and I did meet with the ministry to plead our case. They have agreed to extend the deadline for TDSB to ensure that all eligible claims are submitted. And we do estimate that the additional funding to be received is approximately $5 million. So we currently are projecting $5 million for 23-24. And so there would be an additional $5 million for a total of $10 million in SIP claims. The good news is that will also impact 22-23. So we will be able to get the funding for this year. And then because this 23-24 is a transition year, we will continue that funding in 23-24. In addition, we're looking at, we are providing, as we know, remote learning for students in 23-24. When the GSN was released, the ministry memo indicated that students who want to enroll in remote learning, that school boards may offer it, that they may partner with other boards to provide it, or that they may work with school boards to collaboratively deliver it. So we have been approached by a neighboring school board to provide remote learning for secondary students, and we are working with that board, and it could bring an increase in revenue of approximately $300,000 is our best estimate. Other options that we were looking at per trustee request, we are reviewing all of the licensing agreements for software and the other agreements to determine if any of them can be paused or terminated with minimal impact. And so we are estimating about $300,000 there. We are reviewing all of the new PPF funding that was provided in 23-24 to ensure that all of the existing costs that can be included in those grants and can be funded by those grants are included, and so that we're using that funding first before the GSN. And that we are taking a final look at our central departments to find further efficiencies and savings. So if we turn to the next slide, we're looking at an increase in the special incidents portion, the special education allocation of $5 million, 300,000 for each of the other items that we indicated for additional options to balance of 6.2 million. If we go to the next slide, if we use that 6.2 million, then we would have a deficit of 14.9. And so that means that if all of the options that have been presented over the last two meetings were to be approved, that we would meet our $15.1 million deficit recovery. And just again, at the last meeting, trustees had asked for further details regarding the areas that are either not funded or underfunded, and those have been provided in Appendix B of the report. So I am happy to take any questions with regards to this report. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the next meeting, there was a motion that I made about the aquatics instructors, and that I believed the 6 FTE aquatic instructors was 0.4 million or 400,000. So my question to staff is, are you bringing forward additional options to show, should the board decide to put those back, which again, I'll just speak for myself, from my perspective, should never have been removed to continue with full programming for pool operations. Are you putting forward other options for that 0.4 to keep us under 15.1? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, if trustees were to approve the 0.4, then we would look for the additional 0.2 because we're at 14.9. So we would need an additional 0.2 in order to be able to add back, assuming again that nothing else is added to the budget and that all of the options are approved. So yes, if we got to the 14.9 million and trustees were to approve the addition of the 6 FTE for aquatic instructors, we would need to find 0.2 more, and we would look through the programs likely that are listed on Appendix B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through you, thank you, staff, it's late. Through you, Madam Chair, then, can I ask for the next meeting, there be actual, those are really big numbers on that chart, and a lot of us don't fully understand what's behind all of that. So it seems to me, again, just my opinion, that I'm asking staff to put forward where that 0.2 would come from, since I truly believe we should never have this discussion in the first place. So I'm just asking through you, Madam Chair, to staff if they could put forward a number of options on that cost 0.2 that they would suggest go against that additional 0.2 out of the 0.4 for the full operation of pools for 2023-2024. That being said, based upon a lot of conversation that has been going on, I don't want to conflate the budget conversation and the operations, which I don't think should ever have been a conversation, with a conversation about pools and how we operate our pools, and can we do a better job in terms of access. So I will work with my colleagues and bring a notice of motion for a staff report next year in the fall or over the course of the next year. That would also involve the principals and potentially representatives of all the schools with pools to have a conversation about how they're currently being used and if there are options to do it differently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. And through the chair, I have a question about the SIP funding. So when you say that we have to have the position filled and that or in place and then claim the money back, does that mean we need to have like a physical person in place? Or is this something that's impacted by some of the staffing challenges that we're having? Through the chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, and I will start and maybe turn it over to Associate Director Sarisco if she is available. Just to say that the intention is that we provide the support to the students, and so we actually have 2 individuals in place supporting one student, and then we would submit a claim for those expenses. So I think the question is, does the person actually have to be in place? And the answer for that is yes. But I'll ask Associate Director Sarisco if she'd like to add anything.
Yes, and I'm hoping that you are able to hear me. So through the chair to Trustee Dawson, I think you were asking whether the claim is affected by our challenge to fill absences or staff, and the answer is no. We would be looking at the student's timetable who was clearly indicating that they were accessing 2 staff members for support. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much.
You're up.
Thank you, through the chair. Question on SIP funding as well. I remember an earlier conversation, there were some details that were shared with us, and I just was hoping to be able to have someone repeat them again because I found that they're quite useful. So SIP funding is allocated on a per student basis, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, based on an application, yes.
But there is a difference between the funding, like many things, and how we're funding. The funding that we need and the funding that we receive. Would you be able to give us general figures or ballpark figures of what that distance would be, even including this extra funding?
Thank you, and through the chair, I will start with Associate Director Sarisco, and then I will add if we need some additional financial information.
Thank you, and through the chair. So the special incidents portion is an application-based funding line from the ministry, and staff submit those applications when a student has demonstrated need through their timetable and through their assessments to be requiring 2 or more staff to be accessing the curriculum fully. If that claim is approved, that claim compensates the board for $27,000 per claim. So I think we talked last time about the approximate cost for a student to be educated within a special education class. The $27,000 figure is a very old sum that has not been revised within the special education grant for a very long time. The ministry has since committed to reviewing the process by which the allocation is granted to district school boards, and they did provide an increase acknowledging that the sum of $27,000 was historic and did not represent the true costs currently of supporting students with extraordinarily high needs. I hope that provides some of the background.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And hopefully that's something that can be revised for future years in those conversations. So $27,000 per application. So we're looking at about 185 students that would be supported with the extra funding. Because it sounds like a lot of money, but it's also not a very significant amount of students because of the cost involved, right?
I'm just wondering about that math through the chair to the trustee.
Oh, sorry about that. 5 million divided by 27.
Oh, I see. Right. So that's additional application. So our task now is to be taking from we're actually meeting next week, and we will be thinking about locations to go to and perusing student OSRs, talking to our teams. But you are right, that is not representative of a great number of students.
Thank you so much for those answers.
Next, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, I want to thank Associate Director Sursko and the staff for identifying the SIP funding situation. And as someone who rails routinely against the government and their underfunding of that, we appreciate the flexibility in terms of granting us additional time. And considering my extensive knowledge and background in this SIP funding, I've been wrestling with the numbers all afternoon, and I get 5.2 million. Is there any chance that I'm right and it's really 5.2 million?
They have, I can confirm the number, but you may be correct, judging by my colleague's reaction.
Okay, thanks.
Next, we have Trustee Rajkulasingham.
Thank you to the chair. Really appreciate staff and their time on bringing forward this report. I just had a question. When we first heard about the GSN update, I think in late April or early May, I might have gotten this wrong, but at that point, were we told that for students enrolled in remote learning, that enrollment would be removed from school-based enrollment?
Through the chair, the enrollment for our virtual students they're being removed for some of the calculations, like anything to do with facilities, for example. So we are losing losing funding related to virtual students on some parts of the GSN. That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. So when it comes to, through the chair, neighboring schools and the revenue that comes through neighboring schools coming to us for remote learning, is that revenue from them paying our board or from the impact on enrollment? Or is there no connection to students from a neighboring board and our enrollment numbers?
Thank you, and through the chair, I think there are many ways to do it, but we are looking at those students to enroll directly with TDSB.
Okay, Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you. And Trustee Chernosley.
So I just wanted to confirm, when we talk about the SIP funding, this is money that we've been spending but haven't been being reimbursed for. Is that, like, we've been outlaying these costs and not effectively, perhaps not using the applications perhaps to the best of our ability, or not, like, this is money that will cover expenses that we, in that $69 million that we overspent, not that we spend above and beyond, I wouldn't say overspend because it's needed, but that we spend, these resources fall into that amount, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. So I would say we will be doing a better job of optimizing the application basis.
Okay. And if we find that we have greater need than the amount that is targeted by the ministry, are we able to go back to them for?
Through the chair, in our discussions with the ministry, our best estimate was 10 million, but based on the applications, we will be reimbursed based on the actual applications. So if they are lower, we will receive less than 10 million. If they're higher, we will receive more.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Laskin.
Just one more question on the SIP funding. Then the application processes are really important. Do we need additional staff to ensure we complete all the applications, to ensure we maximize the funding for our students? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, yes, we do, and I will go to Associate Director Sarisco to respond more thoroughly.
Thank you. And through the chair, thank you for the question, Trustee Laskin. Yes, the claim submission is very, very important, and it is very labor intensive. So working alongside Superintendent Palmer, we are formulating a team to be working starting as soon as possible and working through the summer to go through those OSRs and submit as many claims as we possibly can before August 31st.
That's excellent to hear, because if there is an opportunity to maximize funding for our students, we should pull out all the stops to go for it. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, I just thought of something else. I just wonder if you can remind us what happens next year with this, because I know we had written a letter about the SIP funding changes, and so obviously that advocacy is helping, but we want to make sure that it's continuing into the review that I feel like they're doing a review. Can you just remind us of that? I just want to make sure that I know the details, just so that when we're talking I'm just thinking at OBSPA next week, this is an important topic for us to be bringing up.
Thank you, and through the chair. So there is an interim special incidents portion funding approach that was identified in the 2023-24 grant for student needs funding. So it says that in 2023-24, the ministry is undertaking a review to modernize the allocation and temporarily adjusting the SIP approach using a formula to calculate the amount per board versus the application basis. So our understanding is that they will use our 22-23 amount to help them to allocate an amount for 23-24. I think there's a 5% increase that would be applied.
Okay, and that 5% increase is for inflation through the chair?
Through the chair, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that that's the number, the formula that they implied.
Okay. I just want to thank the team for their work on this. I think this has probably been many conversations with the ministry, and it's obviously an important one we need to continue. and also to stress as we go forward with this, the actual costing in a Toronto setting and the complexity that we have in Toronto with respect to this, I think is important to convey to the ministry. Thank you. Thank you so much.
If I may.
Yeah, please.
Through the chair, to Trustee Chernos-Lynn, I just want to express my gratitude for the advocacy that the board led in speaking to the ministry and the minister through letter writing regarding SIP. I think it is going to be important for OPSPA to be engaging in discussion with ministry staff and offering best advice. They have not designed an approach yet for thinking about how the special incident portion will be allocated in the future. It will be very important for boards to be represented very well and with a depth of understanding for that funding. So the baseline for SIP claims should be accurate. That is why it's really important for us right now to be generating those claims. We have our students, we're supporting our students. We need to be submitting as many claims as possible in this short period of time to the ministry. So for other boards to be thinking about whether their data points for SIP are accurately represented, I would also encourage a very fulsome consultation for boards with the ministry staff, and I have encouraged the engagement of a statistician. There are many data points that can be used to be lessening the burden of filling out those claims and relying on census data as an example to be compensating boards for the support that our students need and that we put in place so that they're successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is an important one that we have to keep our eye on. So it's great to see this work that's going to be undertaken, and I'm sorry it has to happen during the summer, but it's really important, and we'll continue to liaise with OPSPA. I think that insistence on consulting with stakeholders on it is really key. Thank you.
Trustee McLean?
Thank you, and through the chair, I just kind of want to follow up on what Trustee Laskin stated in the last kind of, like, our future funding is going to be based on whatever this year's funding is going forward, because they're not doing the application, they're creating a mechanism, and the mechanism is going to be based on this year's. So I guess I'm interested in following up, because this sounds like a lot of work, and I want to make sure that there isn't anything that we're not doing to support 100% of the effort to go through and maximize that number, because it's going to affect every year going forward, because we're not going to have the ability to change the baseline again. It's just going to be our baseline versus the formula. So, I mean, it's incredibly important because of the monetary situation we're in this year, but it's also, incredibly important for the effect it's going to have, going forward. So, like, do we need to be doing something else to make sure that this opportunity doesn't get away from us?
Thank you, and through the chair, I will turn to Associate Director Sarisco, but I believe that we certainly have that direction, and we have the same goal to maximize our funding. And I just want to clarify, we only know for sure that the current year will impact next year as they undertake their review, and we're not 100% sure how it will be allocated moving forward. So, but it is very important to get this right, because it does impact at least 2 years.
Thank you, and through the chair, I echo Associate Director Zucker's comments. We are not certain, and the ministry staff are not certain. Trustee McLean, on how their new allocation will be determined. They haven't got an approach yet. But I don't want to be in any way missing an opportunity to maximize our claim. So I share your sentiment completely. And I won't hesitate to be using as many contracted employees through the summer to be maximizing our claims once we have a pattern in place to do the work that we need to do before August 31st, because we know that we are going to see compensatory revenue coming for those claims. So I'd be happy to keep the board apprised of our progress.
Thank you, and happy hunting.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So if there's no further questions, I believe this is up for a receipt. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Trustee Laskin, Trustee McLean? And could we open the vote, please?
Trustee Lee's in favor.
Thank you.
Stand in favor.
Thank you. Are there any opposed?
Trustee Patel in favor, Madam Chair.
Wong in favor.
Thank you. Patel and Wong, yeah. Okay. That carries. So, sorry, where are we? Oh. So that brings us to item number 6, which is a private matter. So we need a mover and a seconder to move into private. Trustee McLean and DeVitis, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Manchu, could you put us into private, please?